Hello, it's Kyle Marchiku, he or Q Eldritch Entity that pretends to be your equal. Uh, Hi, I'm streaming. I stream every week on Sunday at 11 CST America time. Top left corner, you can see the donation link if you would like to donate to contribute to our dire charity of giving us money to play games. So, hello. Hope you guys are all doing well. Uh, as you could see from the title, I'm going to be talking about Dungeons and Dragons today, and D&D, the big nerd game, TTRPGs, all that. And the reason is because that's taken up quite a bit of my life over the past few weeks. As you can tell, I talked about it last week in a sort of way. The reason for that is I was DMing a campaign for my friends, and it was a Mario-themed version of D&D. But yeah, I have been a dungeon master for a long time, and you know what? Hold on, let me turn my fan up. It's a little hot in here. That's better. Having to deal with the summer months now. So anyway, yeah. So, oh, by the way, happy Pride Month. It's June 1st, so happy Pride Month to everybody. All the gays out there, all the transes, all the gay transes, and you cis people, you can stick around. All right, you're welcome. Eh. Um, anyway, so yeah, D&D. I've been playing this game with my friends for a while, and it finally wrapped up last week. I talked about how that ended, and this week, my wife Kira, she is now our taking over as DM, so she's now the one in charge, and I'm just a measly little player again. And we're actually going to the proper D&D world as opposed to just being Mario. In fact, if you guys have played Baldur's Gate 3, that's where it takes place. We're playing Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, and I'm so excited. In fact, you know what? Let me show you my character. I'm really excited to play as my new character. And this is, this isn't something I can't play D&D on stream. That's just not feasible. But I want to show you guys the art I made. Okay, so let me just pull it up real quick. All right, here she is. Um, Her name is Mrs. Stitches. I drew this art myself, and I'm really happy with how she turned out. She's very creepy. I wish I could tell you more about her. Oh, hey, World of Kiwis! Happy Pride Month! Everybody get 120% more woke now. Honestly, yeah, like not to get all political, I guess, but like it's probably gonna be. Oh, come on! Why is it doing that? Okay. It, it's probably going to be a pretty hot Pride Month. Like, not just like summer heat, because, like, yeah, it's obviously going to be really hot. Why did Pride have to always be in the summer? I don't know. There's probably a epistemic reason for it. But yeah, with the Trump regime and everything, I'm imagining we're going to see massive protests and attempts to shut down Pride this month. And it's more important than ever we push back on that crap. Be gayer than you have ever been. You know what? And you know, back to the cis people I mentioned earlier. You guys want to be gay? Here's your free gay for a month pass, okay? Act as gay as you want. I don't care if you're not really gay or whatever. Fake gay, not a thing. Gay is in your heart. Gay is the way you dress, all right? Act gay. Be gay, do crimes, except don't do crimes. Um, well, Well, keep in mind, they're probably going to say you're doing crimes if you're being gay anyway, so take that as you will, shrug. um, why did it keep doing... I'm so frustrated with Windows today. Um, every time I change my avatar state, it keeps doing that. I don't know why. Okay, so it seems if I select the desktop background, it does that, but if I select the bar... okay, I don't know why. Another thing that's really frustrating me, sorry to get off topic again, is this button right here. Have you tried asking Copilot? Because Windows just has a pre-installed AI now. Whatever happened to the hand at the free market? Whatever happened to supply and demand capitalism? Make a better product. Surely, you don't have to force a product on everyone if they don't want it. It'll just die off because it's not popular, right? Oh, wait, what? Buy our product or else we'll make you buy our product? Great, great. So annoying. I literally went into the registry to get rid of this thing, and it's still there. Anyway, back to happy thoughts. This is Mrs. Stitches. I drew her myself. I'm really happy. I can't really talk about her that much because spoilers for my game. Some of my players, my friends, they watch this, so I just stay tuned, I guess. Anyway, uh, get gay, do pride. Today I'm going to be talking about Dungeons and Dragons. And I talked about how we ended a campaign and we're starting a new one. That's my character. But another reason why D&D has been a big part of my life recently is because I've been working on a secret project on the side. And here, I'll just pull it up. I call it Kyle Marshiku's Compilation of Everything, a posthumous archive of D&D 5e. I called this stream my manifesto just because I thought it was funny. Because Kira makes my partner makes fun of me. A bunch of people in my life make fun of me for typing a lot sometimes. Uh, we had an incident recently where I was trying to like get a paper copy of a book I'm working on, and you don't realize how big 700 pages is until you see it laid out in front of you. But yeah, so I want to talk about D&D, but D&D is actually really difficult to talk about because the company that owns it, Wizards of the Coast, is extremely litigious. To the point that there's parts of this document I can't legally show you without getting in trouble. So I'm just going to show you what I can. And that makes it sound like I have contraband or something. Like, oh no, Kyle, do you have like pornography on here? But no, it's just it's it's so strange. Like if you do a book report, if you do a YouTube video essay, and you have excerpts from a book, that's legal. That's within copyright law. It's fair use, literally. Wizards of the Coast doesn't respect fair use. They've stretched their interpretation of copyright law in a very draconian way. It makes it very difficult to talk about. I know there's a lot of like D&D YouTube channels, but they have to kind of tiptoe around the actual content. It's kind of like a secondary industry. You know how like, you know, with video games, you know, this music's a little cacophonous. You know how with like video games, you'll have like a market of the game, and then you'll have like a secondary thing where people are like playing the video game, and then you'll have like a tertiary thing where you have like game theory type of stuff where people are just talking about the game, like derivative content, right? I should know. I've done a lot of that. Uh, with D&D, with TTRPGs, you have a lot less of that secondary market going straight to tertiary. There are some channels like Critical Role. In fact, here, let me pull it up. Uh, like there are some shows like Critical Role that like literally do a tabletop. Okay, why is it? Okay, episode 12. I don't know. Just give me a random thing. Yeah. So yeah, there are shows like Critical Role that will just have a bunch of really cool people like playing a D&D game. And they used to actually talk about like, oh yeah, here's a little blurb about what this spell does, what this feature does, but they stopped, and I believe the reason they stopped is because Wizards of the Coast told them to. They will play the game, they will talk about their abilities and stuff, and the most you'll get is like a little character sheet like this, but they'll never actually tell you what the features or spells do because Wizards of the Coast wants you to actually buy the book. They want you to buy their content. Their interpretation of copyright law is just downright draconian. So I wanted to talk about D&D today, but I have to be careful in how I do that. I have to be careful in what I show you. This is a compilation I have made for my own purposes, and I'll talk about why. And that's completely legal for me to do. Between Kira and I, we own a whole bunch of D&D content. It's not illegal for me to retype up D&D content. What is illegal is redistribution. So that's where the issue comes in. So I'm going to just start reading the thing I typed up, the manifesto, basically, or what I call the purpose of this compilation. All right, so let's get to it. What's the right emotional state for this? I don't know. Orla Kiwi says, Wizard of the Coast is the reason I'm radically anti-copyright, at least when it comes to corpos. Yeah, I used to think Nintendo was bad, you know? And like, Nintendo is bad, don't get me wrong, but Wizards of the Coast is so much worse. At least like with Nintendo, they kind of had to give up on like policing the copyright of their games on YouTube because the entire world was against them. Uh, but Wizards of the Coast, I think it gets a bit of leeway because it's in a book form, which is a different type of media than like video games. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Wizards of the Coast is a very archaic company. So I'm gonna get into it. In 1974, actually, you know what? Let's switch from the Homestuck music to something calmer. Like let's do Minecraft. In 1974, Dungeons and Dragons, or D&D, was published by Tactical Studies Rules, Inc., or TSR. For decades, this tabletop role-playing game, or TTRPG, would be iterated upon in multiple versions. But in the 1980s, the Satanic Panic, yes, I am going there, a religiously motivated moral panic in America, would target D&D specifically, decrying it as evil and anti-Christian. TSR nearly went bankrupt, and in 1997 they were purchased and assimilated into Wizards of the Coast, or WotC. If you hate Wizards of the Coast, you can blame their acquisition on evangelical Christians, because of course you can. I was literally just watching Critical Role the other day, and yeah, they were like joking about the Satanic Panic, and that was meaningful to me because normally they try not to get political. Chris Deduce says Nintendo has fallen off, unfortunately. Um, Unfortunately, I think I have to kind of disagree. I think Nintendo is less litigious than they have been over the past few decades. And the reason is because I think they kind of lost a lot of like um courts of opinion, basically. There's a lot of like a lot of people know Nintendo's awful, so I think they've kind of had to step off the brakes a little bit. They're still terrible, but they've been worse. I remember when Pokemon Uranium, the fan game, came out, and Nintendo DMCA'd it within like a week of it being out, even though it was worked on for 10 years. Like, Nintendo has been awful, so the bar is very low. In 2000, WotC released a revised version of D&D, which would become known as the Third Edition, or 3E, despite there having been more than 3 versions at that point. Notably, D&D 3E included the Open Game License, or OGL. The OGL was a public copyright license that distinguished between open game content, or OGC, and product identity, or PI, which is often used synonymously with the term intellectual property, or IP. This was WotC's agreement with the world that they only wish to retain copyright over characters, symbols, artwork, and other things that they deem to be their PI or IP, and that the mechanics of D&D were free to be referenced and iterated upon within the OGL guidelines. So there is actually some of this content I could show you, anything that was in the standard reference document, but that's a slice of this compilation I have made. It's really weird, you know. It reminds me of Blizzard, right? Or Google, how Google used to say "Don't be evil," or Blizzard was like a small game company. It's weird how these corporations keep starting off in a competitive industry, being like, "We're the good little underdogs," and then they become the tech giants that oversee everything, and then they start hoarding their treasure like a dragon. Honestly, the whole like D&D, or sorry, not D&D, but like the whole like Germanic mythos of like the greed treasure hoarding dragon would be a lot more realistic if that dragon always started off as a scaly little fella that just was one of the people. It's just asking for a coin, because it's just such rank hypocrisy. Anyway, so I think the OGL was actually a really good move ethically, but I also think it was a good business decision. It basically is saying we're not going to enforce part of our copyright. The OGL was a brilliant move from a marketing perspective. It allowed for a boom in the TTRPG market, allowing third-party publishers to build on top of what D&D had already been, while making such third-party content dependent on D&D. So while WotC wasn't directly making profits from the OGL ensured that much of the TTRPG market would orbit around D&D, and as such would become the definitive TTRPG. This is something I've talked about before when people talk about like, oh, try Pathfinder, try this, try that. I honestly, I think there is value to there being a vanilla TTRPG, a sort of public forum, if you will. Like, imagine, I guess social media is not a great example, but well, imagine, I'll just use social media because it's ubiquitous. Imagine if there was like a government run social media that anyone could be on. Obviously, there'd be issues with free speech and Nazis. Put that aside. The point is it might be more ethically run than corporations because that one's goal wouldn't be to squeeze money out of you, and it would be a place where everyone could congregate. That's why people use social media as public forums, town squares, because our actual town squares have been completely destroyed. As such, I think it's good to actually have a sort of like beginner's TTRPG. Here's how you can onboard, and all your friends already know this system. I think that's good. Obviously, that I don't think it should be the only one, and I don't like what WotC does with it. It gives them kind of a monopoly almost. But I don't know. I guess I kind of hate it when people just seem to like insult vanilla. They use vanilla as like a curse word. And it's like, no, let people be basic sometimes, okay? You know what else is basic? Sunshine and rainbows, okay? You cretin. All right, let's continue. In 2003, WotC revised the rules and content of D&D once more, and the revised 3rd edition would eventually become known as the 3.5 edition, or D&D 3.5e. I think it's kind of been lost to history how often the names that we know these editions by are not the same as the names of the actual thing. It's all corporate, right? They come out with some corporate new name and everyone's like, yeah, so 3.5, right? By 2004, D&D was literally the best known and best selling RPG in America. I have not personally played 3.5e, but I hear great things and know it to be beloved by many. Someday I might give it a proper chance, but I have a different love. Oh, I do want to say as a little bit of an aside, I've heard people talk about psionics, like psychic classes in D&D in the old 3.5 edition, and I'm gonna be honest, they don't sound good. Maybe the rest of it is, but not. There's 2 whole books to explaining just how psionics work. If you have 2 whole books for a single class, you messed up. You messed up. Sip says 3.5 psionics were so bad. Okay, thank you for validating me, because it looked pretty bad from what I was seeing. It was in the news recently, just a few days ago. Wizards of the Coast tried to do the psionic class again. They've released a new one for Unearthed Arcana, the beta stuff, and like, I don't know, I kind of feel like there's just not a good way to do psionics, at least from the Wizards of the Coast perspective. I'm not saying it couldn't be done. I just don't think they know how to do that. So I have a different love. However, WotC is not one to rest on laurels. In 2008, they released 4th edition, or 4E, and it was exceedingly unpopular because of how it attempted to streamline the game into a simplified form to maximize approachability at the expense of gameplay complexity. In addition, 4E replaced the OGL, instead using the more restrictive Game System License, or GSL. Many players refused to move on to 4E, and to this day, many still champion 3.5E. Sip says, I tried playing one back in the 3.5 days, and it was just an awful play experience and not fun for the other players or DM. I much prefer homebrew psionics. Yeah, I think the big problem with psionics is that, like, in D&D, you have spellcasting. Spellcasting is like a whole feature of the game, and like half of the classes use it. And the other half of the classes just go, nah, I'm fine. And you know what? That's fine. It's good for there to be simpler options for people to choose, and stuff that can do things outside of spellcasting. Oh, this Minecraft music is getting a little loud. Anyway, that's fine. The problem is psionics tries to make an alternative to spellcasting, which means you're using a set of rules that was intended for half of the player base and making an entirely separate set of rules for one guy, for your one psionic character. Kira says, I really liked Laser Llama's homebrew stuff. They have a Scion class. Yeah, Kira talks them up quite a lot. I'm sure they're good. Just, I trust you, sweetie. Anyway, where was I? Oh, I wanted to mention 4th edition. Most people hate 4th edition. People hate on it all the time. But to its credit, Josh Sawyer, the creator of Fallout New Vegas, one of them anyway, he's a big 4E fan. And if he's a fan of it, I feel like, okay, there must be something there. It was still very unpopular, but maybe it has its charm. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. I haven't played 4E. All right. So, with significant backlash from fans, in 2012, WotC announced they were making D&D Next, which would later become known as 5th Edition or 5e, with a specific emphasis on public playtests utilizing player feedback. These playtests would be made under the banner of Unearthed Arcana, with the term eventually becoming equivalent to D&D beta test material. Sorry, I'm trying to mess with the music. Minecraft music varies a lot in volume. In 2014, the Player's Handbook was released, beginning the official start of 5th edition, and WotC returned to using the OGL by popular demand. 5e would end up being very successful, and many books were made for it, each with Unearthed Arcana to ensure player feedback was taken into consideration. While D&D was still seen as the vanilla option for TTRPGs, many would say it's a good starting place for people new to the media, and 5e was seen by many as a return to form in the vein of 3.5e after the disaster that was 4e, though 5e was still streamlined in comparison to 3.5e. I do think that might have been ultimately the best decision. I'm not really prepared to do a 3.5e versus 5e discussion here. 5e is my love, but I don't have enough experience with 3.5e to really fully make that argument. In 2020, the coronavirus pandemic spread to encompass the entire world. Some nations initiated lockdowns to control the spread, while other nations instead put that burden on the individual. Either way, a significant portion of both America and the world spent considerable time indoors and online that year and the years to come. And it was at this time that D&D received the biggest boom in player base it had ever received. You could really tell who lives in a functioning country when people talk about or at least a functioning state, where they're like, oh, remember the lockdowns? Oh, I got mental damage from being locked in. And dude, no offense. I would love to have received some mental damage from being locked inside for months. I had to go to work. So, publishers were making third-party media for D&D using the OGL. Random people making their own custom homebrew content. Third-party tools. Sorry, I'm getting up. Publishers were making third-party media for D&D using the OGL. Random people were making their own custom homebrew content. Third-party tools made it easier to play online than ever. Even WotC's own tools via D&D Beyond grew to prominence. WotC began partnering. Okay, I'm going to switch back to the Homestuck music. The Minecraft music is really distracting me. Sorry about that. WotC began partnering with outside publishers, having crossovers in their content. Twitch and YouTube D&D streams like Critical Role and Dimension 20 amassed millions of views. Baldur's Gate 3, or BG3, which would be one of the biggest and acclaimed video games to date, based on the D&D IP and licensed by WotC, opened in early access after 3 years of development. D&D had become a mainstream hobby. Again, WotC is not one to rest on laurels. In 2022, they began the One D&D initiative, often shortened to One D&D. The marketing for One D&D seemingly took a page from the playbook of live service games, where WotC would be rid of the edition system altogether in favor of a constantly updating system, requiring repeated purchases to stay up to date, whether physical merchandise or digital through things like the D&D Beyond marketplace. It really infuriates me when people read ad copy from Wizards of the Coast like, oh, One D&D it's not a new edition. Don't worry, we're not changing anything. It's more of the same, but different. So you're changing it. Okay, and you know what? Change isn't automatically bad, but the way... You know what investors hear when they hear that? What they hear is live service. What they hear is an update that's not being enumerated, and that this will be the first of many. They see it as a constantly evolving system, i.e., more opportunity to sell you things. It's a shame too, because I do think the D&D Beyond Marketplace, when it first launched, was genuinely amazing. You know, here, let me pull it up real quick. It's not going to look like it used to look, to be honest. You know what? Here, D&D Beyond before. Let's do 2021. So I'll go to Google Images. So you can see how they have like character sheets. Do they have any other parts of the website? Yeah, like this. Like, so you can look at all the classes and everything. It still has some of those bones there, but if you look at D&D Beyond nowadays, like, it's mostly advertising. It still does have some stuff, but they've really simplified it. There used to be so many more buttons here. Oh, the sources section, though. Oh, look. Oh, isn't that just hilarious? Look. All of these things have so few buttons to click on, but the sources, oh, there's your million buttons. You give us a million buttons when you want us to buy your content. I see how it is. Anyway, you can make characters on here and have digital character sheets instead of having to make it with real paper. Like, I have a real paper character sheet right in front of me right now, and honestly, it's a bit underrated. If you can do D&D in person with friends, I say use paper, but digital services are really good when you're trying to play with friends online or over Discord or long distance. Krista says, nerd culture in general is more accepted than it once was, especially gaming. Also happened to anime and stuff. Yep. And part of that is because we had a bit of like a culture shift regarding nerds. You know, in the 80s, the people that were considered nerds are now running the world. And I don't mean that in a favorable, like, you too, nerd. No, I mean like Mark Zuckerberg is a horrible, terrible person. He may not be what was was traditionally considered masculine, but like his whole thing is trying to become that. It's like a insecurity complex of someone that's trying to be like a tech dictator, and you just have to look at Elon Musk to see what becomes of you if you go full on into that. But I think also just over 2020, it wasn't just nerd stuff, because I feel like nerd stuff had already become mainstream. Game of Thrones was already mainstream before 2020, right? I think 2020 with the pandemic, it's just a lot of people were inside. A lot of people wanted to play games together. They couldn't go out and like party or whatever. So you had a lot of TTRPGs, games, video games, D&D. And I also, it's that simultaneously with gay people. I honestly think like one out of every two D&D players is just gay of some queer of some form. And I think it's because a lot of queer people were those people that were kind of bullied as children. We think of like nerds being bullied and becoming the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world, but I think just as often those nerds became women. Yeah, gay people. Like they grew up to be queer. I feel like they had more chances to reflect on themselves. It's just, it's a thing. Like, you look at the Warhammer community, like Warhammer 40K, and yeah, a lot of people playing those games are also gay. A lot of trans women, actually. And I think D&D, that happened as well. Krista says, the gays must ride. Happy Pride Month. Thank you. Happy Pride Month to you, too. Brace yourself. Definitely go do some gay things, but also leave your phone at home if you're going to a protest. If you have people you care about, arrange physical meetups at specific times. Don't bring your phone. Anyway, so D&D Beyond actually was good. One of the things I really liked is you could buy things piecemeal. So if there's just a specific species or race or class you wanted, you could just buy that. You didn't have to buy a whole book. It was a la carte, and I feel like that was good. It was, you still had to pay money, but it was affordable. Anyway, however, when it was discovered that WotC was not only changing the OGL, but intending to apply the updated OGL retroactively, a majority of players understandably revolted. The OGL had been a great marketing move, as well as an example of leniency with copyright not normally seen in the modern entertainment industry. Using a different agreement in a future edition of D&D was always going to cause an uproar, but WotC had gone even further by attempting to deauthorize and supplant the existing OGL with an altered, more restrictive one. This is like if someone sent you like an update to their terms of service that like expected you to pay them royalties on something you bought under the previous agreement. Like, This is what I mean about them being draconian. It's honestly arguable that this is illegal. Like, this is just straight up illegal. But you'd have to go to court for that. An immediate consequence of the new OGL's implementation would have been making a majority of existing third-party content illegal to sell, as it would now be in violation of WotC's copyright, unless those selling such media paid WotC for the privilege. Leaked documents showed that WotC made these changes because they felt that the OGL was being misused to fund major competitors, a major deviation from previous wisdom. It was clear that WotC wasn't satisfied with having secured a central position within the TTRPG market and was making a move to push out smaller competitors to claim even more of it. Krista says, not even corporations read the terms of service if they change them on a whim like that. Now, it's like genuinely like terms of service for real life. It's like you buying a product and then the terms of service saying give it back. Or I guess maybe more accurate comparison, it's like you selling a product that you are legally allowed to sell, and then Wizards of the Coast comes and says, hey, you can't do that anymore. You need to stop selling. It was legal. We have decided it is no longer legal. We, a corporation. Kira says being used to fund competitors. Just say Paizo and Pathfinder, you cowards. Well, I really do think it wasn't just them, right? It was anyone, literally anyone. Some mom and pop store selling their own TTRPG, they want to fund them out of, or bankrupt them out of existence. While this was happening, Mordenkainen Presents Monsters of the Multiverse was released. Oh, this book, oh, a D&D book which revised a bunch of pre-existing races, now renamed as species, and monsters to fit the one D&D model for future D&D. These changes included the removal of ability score increases, the removal of race/species associated languages, and the removal of sub-races/subspecies. As such, this makes this book something of a poorly executed abomination. It is distinct from 5e, as its changes and existence relegated a lot of existing content to legacy content, as denoted by D&D Beyond, but it's also inconsistent with what came after. By 2023, the OGL and 1D&D controversy had grown into the largest boycotts D&D had experienced since the Satanic Panic, with record numbers of canceled subscriptions to WotC content. The movie Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves released this year, and while the movie did accrue a profit, the profit was significantly less than what WotC... Sorry, changing the music. Than what WotC and Paramount Pictures had hoped. In the entertainment industry, this is considered bombing at the box office because it's not enough to make a living making amazing art. Seriously, it's a good movie. It's all about that return on investment. I bring up the movie because one of the cited reasons for its underperformance was the bad press around 1D&D and fans boycotting it. Kira said Paizo literally only did its remaster because of the OGL scandal so they could have their game under their own ORC license, and that's similarly permissive to the original OGL. Well, yeah, after all this crap, do you blame them for not trusting WotC? Even if public backlash makes a company fold, that's still not worth trusting, you know? I want to mention, though, that movie, Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves, is amazing. Like, the biggest flaw of the movie is how straight it is. Like, genuinely, it's genuinely like a love letter to D&D. It is amazingly done. It has a great story, great narrative, great characters, great acting, great world, great effects, great visuals. I love it so much. But a big problem with it is it's just so straight. And I'm like, come on, there should at least be one gay person, two gay people. Really? You telling me those two girls aren't kissing on the side? Like, I have seen D&D players, okay? I was playing my D&D game with my new character, and one of the other players, a girl, like, was staring at my character, and I got to have an insight check to see, like, what's up with that girl? What's her deal? I got a natural 20, and that meant I learned that she was literally staring at her chest. I got a nat 20 on a boob check. So that's just a casual reference to gayness that was missing, unfortunately. But it's still a great movie. It has one of those things where there's basically an incel character, but he has like a growth arc, which is kind of interesting to be honest. Um. Anyway, oh, they also have like a deadbeat dad thing, which is kind of cool. Uh, I wanted to mention, there was the talk of like changing race to species. Race was renamed as species. A lot of people were like, they took this as controversial. A lot of the woke lords or whatever you want to call them, the people that do all those anti woke SJW channels or whatnot, the people that never actually play these games and they just LARP and pretend. They were talking about how it was, Wizards of the Coast has gone woke because they call it species now instead of races. And like, look, the term race was not accurate, right? Because they really were species. If one species has tusks and is on average stronger than the other species, like that's not a race. Races aren't stronger. Races don't have tusks. Like that's an orc. An orc is a different species from a human. That's just how that works. You just don't understand basic biology. So I was fine with the changing of the term to species. Now, unfortunately, the term race is kind of encoded in the medium. There's just a lot of history. It's hard to get away from words sometimes. So I personally just kind of jump back and forth between race and species interchangeably, but I think it was a good move to change this. One thing though, and I get into this when I actually get into the compilation, but the changes that one D&D did, removing ability score increases, removing associated languages, and the removal of sub-races or subspecies, they've streamlined it and simplified it to such an extent that it actually is more like races now. Like, they switched it and started calling it species while also making them more race-like. Like, can I have a better metaphor for like corporate-induced racism? Like, the orcs. Oh, we're not racist. The orcs actually are just people. Like, they're tough. Like, that's just a superficial thing, and like they're not really stronger on average. Well, it's a cultural thing. They just train a lot. They don't inherently get more strength or anything. And other features, like, orcs are just like you. Like, oh, so you are just making orcs the beefy race. Got it. Okay. Wow. Yeah, so I know that's a bit of a hot take, I guess you could say. Again, I was supportive of calling them species, but I was not supportive of them trying to flatten them into races. All right, let's move on. Oh, I should mention boycotting. Yeah, so a lot of people were boycotting D&D, and I think it's kind of strange in today's day and age to hear about like successful boycotting. And I think it's just because, in the age of the modern internet and social media, a lot of boycotts are just people screaming at each other. I can't tell you how many times I see progressives like, "Oh, we're gonna boycott a thing," and they don't actually do it. No one does. I'm gonna be honest, it's virtue signaling. They're just kind of performing their ethics, and it's really unfortunate. Like, I see people talking about J.K. Rowling being a massive bigot and transphobe and whatnot, and funding her transphobia and the continued ruination of the British Empire with Harry Potter content. And like, yeah, that's bad. Don't support her. You shouldn't play Harry Potter. You shouldn't engage in that medium. But can we just be honest with ourselves for a minute and say, like, your Twitter followers, your Blue Sky followers that may or may not engage in Harry Potter content, they're not the ones doing the bulk of that, right? Most of the time, I think this is actually echoing to the void. I see these posts and I'm like, do you think your followers play Harry Potter? I would wager that by following you, they know where you stand on this, She has the entire British government behind her in media industry. It's not really a matter of voting with your dollars, of individuals doing it. Again, you shouldn't do it, just like you should be vegan and not eat meat because that's the right thing to do. But me choosing not to eat a chicken sandwich isn't going to end the animal agriculture industry and all of the barbaric practices and the mass murder that happens there, Again, I'm not saying don't do it. You should do it, but screaming at people about it, I don't think that's particularly effective. Again, hurt J.K. Rowling, emotionally, just emotionally, sure. But like, maybe don't go after your own fans. We don't need to be eating each other. We should have like a unified front against this, okay? Krista says allegories for race are taken too literally at times. I feel like yes. I talked about that in my Homestuck video where allegories for race are overrated. But I think this goes a bit beyond that. Krista says, you boycotted Hogwarts Legacy because it was transphobic. I boycotted Hogwarts Legacy because all AAA games are slop. We are not the same. Well, hey, there's room for all kinds, right? Multiple reasons to boycott, I suppose. I also think people misuse the term boycott. So, you screaming at your friends, that's not a boycott. A boycott is an organized effort. Traditionally, boycotts were done by unions. Oh, you hear the little megalovania? Oh, you hear the megalovania? Oh, I love Homestuck music so much. But what was I doing? I got distracted by sounds. So yeah, boycotts, traditionally they were done by unions. A union would organize it and they'd have all their members be like, all right, we are collectively agreeing to no longer purchase this product. And they would usually do it tactically, right? You would be like, okay, there's this specific toilet paper company in our town that's like doing unethical practices. So we're all going to unionize and we're going to say, don't buy that toilet paper, and they're going to go under or they're going to hurt, and they're going to start treating their employees fairly as a response to get the strike lifted, or the boycott lifted, I mean. Just screaming on Twitter isn't a boycott. Now, sometimes there can be such overwhelming backlash that people screaming on Twitter do actually withdraw their support, but like that's a huge gamble. And I think often right-wing protests tend to, right-wing boycotts tend to work better because they do have an organization. And that organization is called the right-wing media ecosystem, i.e. state media, i.e. Fox News, i.e. mainstream media. All of these are the same thing. I'm sick of right-wingers acting like Fox News isn't mainstream media. But yeah, they disseminate the information, tell everyone, hey, don't buy Bud Light because a trans woman drank it. And yeah, they all go and refuse to buy Bud Light, and then Bud Light hurts. The boycott is effective, unfortunately, and it's really tragic. We don't have a similar thing on the left. We don't have like a unified media apparatus. What we do have is a few like influencers, which is why I think maybe we should not be so quick to just eat our own influencers. We should hold them to account, sure, but like I think some people are just so desperate to clout farm that they eat their own instead of trying to work on our side together. Krista says lots of political activism is more effective on local media, so globalization, lack of union, social media made it generally harder. Oh, absolutely. This is why forums were better than social media. Also other things, but that was the one that came to mind. All right, I'm going to continue. So yeah, a lot of boycotting against D&D. This is not good PR for D&D in 2023. It's also worth noting that while this was happening, one of the last 5 ebooks was published, Bigby Presents Glory of the Giants, and it was discovered that some of the art in the book was made through machine learning. AI-generated art is very controversial because of its lack of humanity, plagiarism of real people's art, and unenforced violation of copyright law. Again, WotC doesn't want you violating their copyright, but they're free to do it all the time. AI is awful. It is terrible. Honestly, one of the things I've thought to myself as I've been doing this like streaming arc of mine is I was a bit disappointed I haven't been able to have a bit more arguments with people in chat. Sorry guys, most of you have been pretty agreeable, but I've had like a few like harassers, like a Nazi at one point, but like no real discussion to be had. You know, I'm not going to argue the Jewish question on stream. Which is a racist thing. If you don't know what it is, don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't know. I would love to argue AI because it's such a slam dunk. One of the arguments I use to people is if AI defenders were genuine in their defense, they would not be so accosted by the idea of regulating against imposting. It would be able to stand on its own. But that's not good enough. They want it to be able to pretend to be humanity. Because the goal is not about creating a good technology. The goal is about replacing humans. And I don't just mean in the form of a job. I mean like spiritually. I mean like they are anti-human. Like anti-humanists. Like that is the ideology of the AI tech bro. Krista says, you're asking me to be more spiteful. Got it. All right, maybe not necessarily. That's funny though. Or the Kiwi says it's hard to talk about working together on the left without accidentally threading into left unity territory. Not left unity in general, but that kind of left unity. So I think the concept of left unity in theory is a good idea. The problem is it gets abused by the worst actors. The most notorious ones are tankies that misuse it because they use the four square political diagram to their advantage. It'd be like, well, Stalin's on the left technically, so you have to let Stalin in. It's like, no, no, no. I remember I tried to join. Well, I was a member of the SRA for a while, the Socialist Rifle Association, and I that got big around the pandemic, and I ended up just like letting my membership expire because I just don't feel like the organization was very effective. I remember seeing a bunch of tweets from one of the leaders of the founders of that organization, who went by Faye, and I remember seeing her talk about like maybe it was kind of a mistake, that maybe it was a mistake to have the organization be officially leftist unity because they allowed in anarchists and tankies and everything in between. And I think it was because of that they never really got anything done. It was full of bickering, and in my opinion, tankies aren't leftists. Like they were counterproductive to have there in the first place. And I think you could see this argument happening with other things. Like you can imagine like pedos saying they're part of leftist unity, that it's like a queer thing, which obviously is ridiculous. So a lot of bad faith people tend to invoke leftist unity. So I don't think we need a buzzword for that. I think we just generally need to have a principle towards striving for good solutions. Like if I'm going to an if I'm going to a pro-abortion protest where we're saying abortion is great and we're protesting some anti-abortion laws, I don't care if a right-winger is supporting me in that moment. If there is a conservative that's like, yeah, I am pro-abortion too, that person can help my protest. I might not like that person. I might not want to work with that person. I might not co-sign that person. I'm not going to go on their Twitter or their Blue Sky or whatever and be like, oh, John Rightwinger is a great guy, you should support him. But if he wants to help me in my specific cause, in a specific material action, he is welcome to. This is why like AOC has worked with Ted Cruz before. But you'll never find AOC co-signing Ted Cruz's statements. Let them come to you. Let them help you. You don't need to give ground to them. So likewise, if a tanky wants to be pro-gay, like, okay, good for you. Stalin's still bad though. But I think there's a difference between that and like, oh, a left-winger, like, I don't know, H-Bomber guy or something, has gotten millions of dollars. That makes him in a different class than myself. But there's such a difference between the class H-Bomber guy is in and Jeff Bezos. If I go after H-Bomber guy instead of Jeff Bezos, the battles I'm picking there I do think are counterproductive. And if H-Bomber guy can be an ally in my causes, I need to use him. You can't really have a billionaire socialist, but if you could, they should be on our side. Like, it's good George Soros exists, theoretically, even though he's just a liberal that just donates to liberal causes. But hey, better he do that than donate to fascists. Sorry, I'm kind of ranting a little bit. Krista says, genuinely, I find social democrats more agreeable to tankies. I agree, but you have to be a little careful with the term SOCDem. Because SOCDem, by being in the middle of the spectrum, there's a lot of people that use that term disingenuously. It's kind of the same as saying you're a centrist, or at least that's how a lot of people use it. So like Tim Pool claimed to be a SOCDem, the dude's a fascist, you know? Destiny claims to be a SOCDem, and like, come on. All right, I'm going to continue. I'm happy to diverge about politics. It's fun, but I gotta get on with why I'm here. All right, so WotC did apologize for the AI, but many doubt the sincerity because no duh. They didn't apologize when they put it in. They apologized when they got caught. Let me put the music. WotC continued making apologies and officially dropped any plans to change or abandon the OGL. Oh, I need to drink some water. I've been talking for a bit. WotC continued making apologies and officially dropped any plans to change or abandon the OGL. While many third-party developers understandably breathed sighs of relief, some took precautions, seeing these patterns of behavior by WotC as what they were. Famously, Paizo, the publishers of one of D&D's most notorious competitors, Pathfinder, revised their system to be independent of the OGL just to be safe. By the time Baldur's Gate released, fans seemed to be ready to buy D&D content in droves, though BG3's developers, Larian Studios, were quick to state they didn't want to make D&D content anymore afterwards. Yeah, the protests were big, but protests tend to die off. Even if a situation doesn't get resolved, protests are just hard to keep up with, so they tend to wane. And I think it's notable that Baldur's Gate 3 was such a successful game, one of the biggest games of the decade. And the developers are like, yeah, no, even we don't want to work with WotC anymore. We are sick of it. And I hope they make whatever they make next is good. I know they do Divinity: The Original Sin. Kira really likes it. I haven't tried it. I don't know if I would like it, to be honest. I don't like stereotypical fantasy, so when I do play D&D, it's a bit weird. WotC still wanted to make the next version of D&D, though, and they had to rebrand it because 1D had become a tainted label. Development continued, including the public playtest via Unearthed Arcana, and 1D&D soon became the 2024 edition. Having exhausted their brand recognition, they just slapped the current year, 2024, on the title of Player's Handbook 2024. WotC claims that the 5th edition parentheses 2024 is backwards compatible with the 5th edition 2014 parentheses. But the new material continues the trend of changes that were seen in Mordenkainen Presents Monsters of the Multiverse, simplifying and reducing content. I think we need to recognize this embarrassingly named 2024 edition for what it is, the next edition. Just like how 5e was originally called D&D Next, and 3.5e was originally called 3rd Edition Revised, Common Vernacular is, I believe, inevitably going to look back on this event as the birth of 5.5 Edition, or 5.5e. And as such, I have come to the conclusion that my favorite edition of D&D, my favorite TTRPG, is over. WotC has moved on, and in time, so too will the world. .5e versus 5.5e. Before 5.5e came out, I had already started to work on this compilation for reasons I'll describe below, but 5.5e strengthened my resolve. You might ask, why draw the line at 5.5e? You might accept my claim about the distinction between 5e and 5.5e and still think a compilation ought include both of them. Perhaps you think an eventual archive of 5th edition ought to also include 5.5e, either converting the 5.5e content to 5e or vice versa. After all, people look fondly back at 3.5e, not 3e, as the 0.5 revisions were clearly an improvement, right? Not this time. I'll admit, there are many things in 5.5e and the Player's Handbook 2024 that are worth enjoying. There are new spells, new subclasses, new rules, and revised rules that are legitimately interesting and valuable. However, for everything that was added, another has been removed, excluded, or simplified. Every class now has an equal number of subclasses, 4. This means a couple of classes received new subclasses, but it also means that some, like the Cleric and Wizard, lost many of their subclasses. And when I say new ones were added, I mean they chose to include 5e subclasses that have been around for decades. Out of the 48 subclasses presented, 4 times 12, only 4 of them are actually new. Krista says number go up as simple as, yeah. So subclasses have been standardized and streamlined. Ability score increases have been streamlined. Languages have been streamlined. Races and sub-races, now species and subspecies, have been streamlined. Were the Warlock's packed features too unique? Now they've been streamlined as Eldritch Invocations. Unearthed Arcana is littered with spell versions of what had previously been features. I'm not against streamlining nor standardization inherently. Sometimes this can be a good decision. For example, 5.5e changes the wording of the class's spellcasting rules to be more consistent, renaming them all to be prepared spellcasters but having the frequency of preparation differ between the classes. The spellcasting complexity has been preserved, but made easier to understand, and that's good. However, looking at the greater picture, you can see a trend in WotC's executive decisions. It happened with 4th edition, it happened with 1D&D, and it happened with the so-called 2024 edition. Repeatedly, WotC has and continues to push to make D&D simpler. Streamlining can be fine, and it's clear their goal is to make it more accessible to new players, but simpler and accessible are not the same thing. It's clear to me that WotC believes complexity to be a dirty word. They abhor it. Their motivation is clearly ulterior. They're a capitalist corporation, and obviously their only real desire is to increase their bottom line. And, as is all too common in the entertainment industry, they pursue short-term profit at the expense of long-term quality and success. At every turn, things are simplified, reduced, standardized, streamlined. Every class chooses their subclass at level 3 now. Why? Because they needed to be the same. Never mind that 5e has been frequently criticized for having most of their subclasses only choose such a defining feature of their character 3 levels into the game. There are real improvements that they could have made, and instead we get flattening, simplification. This is something I fundamentally reject. By reducing the options for the sake of standardization, WotC has flattened the interest of the options. Cleric had been given intrigue by having the most domains. The wizard schools were pretty bland, but they were at least choices of specialization. Any choices that were added, far and few between, feel so minor and inconsequential to not even be worth discussing. I want to point to 2 oddities that I believe showcase that WotC has made poor executive decisions in the making of 5.5e. First is the Ardling, which was supposed to be a new playable species in the 2024 edition, combining traits of Aasimar as well as all of the animal or furry races into a single option. Again, streamlining. People didn't like it. It was cut because they were trying to force something unintuitive in lieu of real options. It's like, we have angel people and we have all the furry people. Surely we can just smash the 2 together and have angel furry people and nothing else. Second is the Goliath, which did make it into the 2024 edition, despite having appeared in Mordenkainen Presents Monsters of the Multiverse. So now, on D&D Beyond, the recent 2022 version of Goliath has already been marked as legacy content, with the previous 2016 version now a sort of double legacy. This sort of slapdash content that gets outmoded in 2 years is what you'd expect from the live service-inspired mode of operation that 1D&D was intended to produce. It's also worth mentioning that WotC is not lacking for content, as you will see in this compilation. There's a whole treasure trove of content that could have been updated and reused. Seriously, why exclude so much of it? Why leave it behind? I understand a desire for a fresh start, but content sells. Why make this backwards compatible when you can bring it with you? The claim that 5.5e is backwards compatible is particularly irksome, because it's not really falsifiable. Is it backwards compatible? Well, it depends on what you mean by that. WotC insists it is, but I don't think so. Not meaningfully. Say you wanted to use a 5e subclass on a 5.5e subclass. That won't work unless you make arbitrary modifications to make it work. Say you want to use old subraces. Well, subraces aren't a thing anymore, so you could play them, but your character would be anomalous, effectively using a different system than the other players. You can make it work. You can mix and match 5e and 5.5e as you want, but that was already the case? You could port forward content from 3.5e and 4e into 5e if you want, but we don't normally consider those to be backwards compatible. It's clear to me that this is just a marketing term, because if I'm to accept that the 2024 revision isn't a separate edition from 5th edition just because it's backwards compatible, then by that logic, Kobold Press's alternative system Tales of the Valiant would equally be considered part of 5th edition due to such compatibility. Players and DMs can mix and match content from different editions and different systems, making alterations as needed, but we've already been doing that. The compilation. So this gets into this project. With all of these issues in 5.5e, I don't feel it's worth moving forward. There is genuinely amazing content that was made for 5e that is being left behind, and I don't want to leave it behind. The closure of 5e in 2024 does have a nice ring to it. 5e lasted for 10 years, the most of any of the modern editions, and it shows. Let me change the music. I don't like that one. Yeah, here we go. But yeah, it lasted for 10 years, the most of any other modern editions, and it shows. It is my sincere belief that 5e is the definitive edition of D&D. It lasted longer than 3rd and 4th editions, and odds are it will last longer than what comes after. It saw the mainstreaming that happened during the coronavirus pandemic. It saw tons of crossovers, partnered content, third-party content, a movie, and the groundbreaking Baldur's Gate 3. This was special, and it deserves to be preserved as its legacy is overwritten by the 5.5e that impasses as 5th edition. And as for other systems like Pathfinder, well, I just prefer D&D. People argue which is better, often with people stating triumphantly that Pathfinder is the superior system. And while Paizo is certainly more reputable than WotC, I just cannot agree. I think there's two philosophies in TTRPGs designed regarding player agency: granular and impactful. Pathfinder leans hard into the granular, allowing a ton of player choice at every possible level and aspect of creation. And so no choice can be too meaningful, lest the game be too easily broken. D&D has historically leaned more into the impactful, where your choices are much fewer but carry more weight, limiting the abilities less to allow them to do more, even if it risks breaking the game. Personally, I'd rather have fun in a potentially game-breaking way than the metered tedium of granular design. If you prefer Pathfinder, have fun, but don't come to me and say it's unequivocally better. Don't make me give you a diplomacy buff of -1 until the start of your next turn. Anyway, I can't help but fear that this perception of Pathfinder's supremacy has helped motivate WotC to think they should move D&D to a more granular mindset, or at least that belief meshes well with their capitalist motives. Hold on, I got a spammer I gotta ban. There we go. I was really proud of that -1 joke, by the way. I read this, I showed this to my friends before our new D&D game, and they all laughed at that, so that's the audience that really matters to me. No offense, guys. I will admit that using only the core material of D&D, whether 5e or 5.5e, limits player options to such an extent that I feel is unacceptable. Lots of additions have been made over the decade of 5e, and I think players should have the ability to use them in games to expand their choices to an amount to even rival Pathfinder. An official, all-in-one compilation made by WotC would have been so successful. So I, with the help of my beloved partner, set out to make a time capsule of D&D 5e to preserve all that was. Part of the reason I did this, by the way, is because they're not calling the new thing a new thing. So if you go to D&D Beyond, a lot of pages have just been changed or wiped because they now reflect the new content instead of the old content. So there's genuinely an archival issue here. I left. Where was I? Crap. I had to pick a scope, and I decided that I wanted to focus on character creation specifically. This could be the ultimate resource for character creation in 5e, and those characters could be plopped down into any adventure or campaign. The bulk of the work was done on compiling the available races/species and classes, but you'll see that there are many other sections as well. A problem with modern D&D and TTRPGs in general is that while books, documents, and PDF files are accessible and relatively easy to produce compared to other media formats, like I'm doing right now, it's a bit archaic and insufficient once you're asking someone to reference more than a handful of books. This compilation seeks to include every relevant official book published by WotC for D&D, which I will not be showing you, and allowing such content to all be freely selectable in a single game is something that had previously only been doable by spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on D&D Beyond, or alternatively, through things like, maybe I shouldn't say the name. So, while my philosophical motivator is to archive a time capsule, my more utilitarian one is to make this a resource for myself, as a DM, I can carry with me into the future. Official content published by D&D denotes first-party content. That much should be straightforward. This is the main, vetted content that I feel should be allowable in every campaign. Sometimes content gets delisted as official content by WotC, as I described earlier with the 1 D&D revisions. In such cases, that content is marked as legacy content, and it's worth thinking about whether you want to include them in your game. Content that was made for Unearthed Arcana but was cut before becoming official is also referenced in this compilation. Think of it as beta content, and while they can have some balancing issues, much of UA content is perfectly fine for play. Second-party content, also known as partner content, denotes when a publisher other than WotC, or sometimes a division of WotC outside of D&D, such as Magic the Gathering, creates content for 5e with the blessing of WotC, or when WotC acknowledges and sells such content. These are all great options to include in your campaign, but sometimes they can be really setting-specific. The 2024 edition was released on September 17th, 2024. The goal of this compilation was to preserve 5e, not 5.5e, and so this date is an effective cutoff. However, D&D Beyond has lately been partnering with many other companies to sell their content on the WotC system. This muddles the lines between 5e and 5.5e for second-party content to some extent. I've tried to include as much second-party content as possible. Even in 2025, D&D Beyond partners with older content made for the 2014 edition, so I deem those as retroactively receiving the second-party classification. Any content made after the cutoff for the 2024 rules will not be included. I make some exceptions with books like Humblewood Tales and Obajima Tales from the Tall Grass, which have been developed in 2023, were made with the 2014 rules in mind, but were only released after the cutoff. In my opinion, these are officially partnered 5e books worth preserving, they just came out late post-2024. I cannot justify excluding them just because 5.5e came into existence while these works were in progress. The Obajima book, by the way, is amazing. I really love it. It's like based on the Studio Ghibli art style, and it's like actually handmade and crafted. It's beautiful. Definitely worth getting. It's one of my favorite books. I knew I wanted to include all first-party, second-party, legacy, and UA content for 5e that existed to make this compilation truly complete, but I ran into a problem. Some of the second-party content referenced other books, other material that had not been okayed by WotC. Book of Ebon Tides is the chief example of this. How could I say this is complete when I can only half include that source? Well, I couldn't. Book of Ebon Tides referenced Tome of Heroes, which referenced Deep Magic for 5th edition, and the Midgard Heroes Handbook, which referenced Southland Heroes. So I had to include those as well, or it wouldn't be complete! I had to. I had no choice. This one. Kira says, I can't wait to get my copy of Obajima coming later this month. I know, sweetie, I know. Anyway, so yeah, Deep Magic, which was re-released, I had to add that to the list as well. A similar situation happened with Grim Hollow Layers of Atharas, referencing Grim Hollow Campaign Guide, as well as Flea Immortals, referencing the Talent and Psionics. These are third-party content, extraneous options that I recommend for when you want to give people a cornucopia of options. Oh, I misclicked something? Sorry. Kira said you're such a perfectionist. I can't be a perfectionist because I'm not nearly good enough to be that. I'd recommend that DMs let people choose any third-party content they want, but make them run it by you for approval first so you can familiarize yourself with the material and decide whether it fits your campaign. There is so much third-party content out there, but I had to draw the line somewhere, and this is where I landed. Krista says, I respect the completionist grind. Also, nice to see effort to preserve media, even if it's primarily for personal use. Well, it has to be. I'm not allowed to distribute it. I'd get arrested. Kira says, literally the most perfectionist thing to say. Well... So, I know selling this document would violate copyright in 10 different ways and land me in jail. Even distributing it for free would be inadvisable. It's a shame what copyright law has morphed into in the modern world, and it's an uncomfortable feeling to know that while it is totally legal and moral for me to write what I'm typing now, someone reading it could potentially be seen akin to contraband. All will rot in time, but I preserve this for a moment more because I want to. For me. But thank you for indulging me. And thank you guys for listening. I can show a little bit more. I have a list of all the sources that I used to make this. You got First Party, Forgotten Realms, Magic the Gathering, Planescape, Second Party, Forgotten Realms, Critical Role, Grim Hollow, Humblewood, Kobold Press, Magic the Gathering, MCDM, other legacy content, Unearthed Arcana, Third Party. Yeah. And like a lot of this is big giant corporations, so I don't really mind that much. Like I don't respect the copyright of giant corporations except where I have to as part of being a legal citizen or whatever, you know. I just don't feel bad about it. But some of these are small indie companies. It's actually a bit unfortunate and kind of sad that a lot of second party content is just, even third party content, a lot of it is just a group of people, like 5 writers and an artist, just deciding they want to make a special book, like the Obajima book, for example. And so they just make a Kickstarter and hope it gets funded. And if it does, if they're lucky, then yeah, they can move forward. And even then, they can only do it with some like press. Like MCDM is like founded by Matt Colville, who's a big D&D guy. So he kind of used his star power to get his things funded. But you'd be surprised how many of the non-WotC ones are Kickstarter backed. It's honestly kind of sad and a bit depressing. But I'm attempting to archive all of this, and I'm not going to redistribute it. I can't give it to you guys. I'm sorry. I would if it was legal, but it is not, and I won't. So yeah, I have a guide on how to build a character to try to help the players in our game. Uh, I think it's cool, and it combines a lot of stuff. A lot of people don't realize you can just get like a trinket, by the way. Let's see. There's more types of proficiencies you can get, more tool proficiencies, damage types. There's a blueberry damage, which is kind of funny. I have some recommended game rules. I have some house rules. Don't say anything. All right. I have a tagging system I'm really proud of. So like, I say what all the different worlds are because like when you pick a species or a race, you want to know what world they're found in, right? I don't know if I can go any further, unfortunately. Oh wait, okay. This is as far as I can go. I complain about one D&D and how I had to work around it and reorganize the races. I don't know if I can show much more. Yeah. I can show you the table of contents so you guys can realize just how much work is put into this. It is literally 2,000 pages and we haven't even finished the spells yet. Kira was helping me with the spells, so this is everything except for spells, because there's like 2,000 spells as well. So here, table of contents expanded. So, game rules, worlds, and then races/species. You can see all the ones. So like here's human. The classic ones have a whole bunch. All the different humans, half elves, elves, so many elves. Half orc, dwarf, gnome, halfling. Elevator stuck playing right now is perfect for this. Tiefling, ASMR, and you got changelings, fairies. So you start getting like the really interesting stuff. Zombie, genasi, gif, Kalashtar. I like Kalashtar. Bunch of goblins. And there's just so much. Beast folk, here's all the furries for all you furry people. And here's all the birds for you bird furry people. And here's all the scalies. And then you got robots, and then others. Custom tables. And then you get into the classes. And each of the classes has a whole bunch of subclasses, which I think are really cool. I like to think of it, the class tells you how you interact with the world, but the subclass is the style you do it in. And I have a whole tag system, so like Path of Wild Magic is a Chaos subclass, or Path of the Beast is a Beast subclass. Path of the Finn is a Water subclass. Path of the Dragons is a Dragon subclass, stuff like that. Yeah. So you got Barbarian, Bard, Cleric. Oh, you know what? I think... Okay, I can go to the class section. What page is it? 290. I think I can show that. I muted myself when I put in numbers. I forgot that I have the number pad clicked. Honestly, I think a bit of dragons are actually kind of boring, to be honest. Dragons can be done in an interesting way, but just plopping a dragon down, which so many people do, is so frustrating. Dragon does not automatically equal cool. Anyway, here's all the classes. You got Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard, Artificer. Everyone forgets about Artificer. Artificer is underrated and so cool. It's like tech magic. Also, hot take, the worst class is Paladin. In 3.5e, Paladin was actually a combination, basically, of Cleric and Fighter. It was a prestige thing, but basically Cleric and Fighter. And they decided to make it a standard class because everyone loved it. Paladin is literally the most chosen class. It is the basic bleep class. I do not respect you if you pick Paladin. I'm sorry, you might be a friend of mine, and I will like you for other reasons, but not for picking Paladin. Uh, Chris is shaking their head. Kira says your favorite's Artificer. I know. Kira either always plays as a squishy wizard or a squishy Artificer, and then whines about going down so much. Oh, dumb. You know what I hate? I hate how every program and every OS on your home computer wants you to sign in. It's just an excuse for them to leech your data. It's so annoying. Anyway, Paladin's overrated. Paladin's just literally like, well, I want to be a religious person, but I want to be a little tough boy. I want to be a crusader. And I also hate how the new edition, so originally Paladins were supposed to have a god, just like a cleric. It's a world full of gods. There's pantheons of gods. It's Godtopia. But then they're like, Paladin, no, Paladin just has a divine oath, which isn't directly connected to a god, but generally pulls from the divine realm or whatever. And it's wishy-washy nonsense. You're playing as a crusader, have a god. Come on. Kira says your toad was a warlock. Okay. She was extremely squishy, though. She was a toad, sweetie. Anyway, so yeah, those are the class options. And there's more. Second party, you have Blood Hunter. Focuses on manipulating blood. You can use blood curses to debilitate your enemies. Oh, Kira also says you're Warlock multi-class into Artificer. Yeah, that's right. Sit down. Sit your Latin butt down and listen, sweetie. I'm just kidding. So yeah, Lingering Soul, the possessor that exists is a specter that persists after death. It's meant to be an option for players after they die. Ill Rigor, which... Why? Why this name? Why did they call it that? A physical brawler that has granted dark power from the bleeps to fight the entire infernal, to fight for the infernal realm. You have interdict boons you can use for that purpose. The Tamer is a partial spellcaster and brawler that specializes in having creatures that fight alongside them. It is the Pokemon class, but they also get spells. And then the Volda classes. One of the sources, Volda Spire of Everything, is some really beloved second-party content. Used to be third-party until just recently. And yeah, it adds 11 classes. I had to just add the term Volda in front of all of them just to categorize them. So you have an alchemist who does alchemy, complicated. Captain, they send other people to fight for them. Craftsman, they make things. Gunslinger, they have guns. Investigator, they're like Cthulhu stuff. Martyr, actually this one's kind of interesting. The martyr sacrifices their own life force to cause spells, and they're doomed. Necromancer, it's just a necromancer wizard, honestly. The Warden, Warden is better than Paladin. The Warden is basically just, what if Paladin didn't also have didn't have access to divine crap? If you want to just be a tanky boy, this is what you do. War Mage, they only cast cantrips. It's kind of interesting. And then you have a Witch, because of course you have to have a Witch with hexes. And then Auxiliary is a miscellaneous thing. Lord of the Rings also had a book where they had a bunch of their own classes in a very low magic setting. Kind of boring, to be honest, but again, simple classes are perfectly valid. So you got Captain, Champion, Messenger, Scholar, Treasure Hunter, and Warden. Unearthed Arcana, you have the Mystic, which was their attempt at Psionic. It's terrible, it's ridiculously complicated, it's 20 pages just to itself. And then you have Rune Scribe, the only prestige class that still exists within 5th edition, which is honestly a missed opportunity. They could have done more about this. And then the third-party ones I had to include was Deep Witch, another Psionic called the Talent, and the Thurge, which is a divine wizard. And then you have Sidekicks, which is cool. It's even simpler than normal. Can I go to the next page? I can. I made 2 tables. Here you can see my tag system, right? So here's every class, and here's the first, second, Unearthed Arcana, and third party subclasses they have. So you can see how many they have there in this compilation. And these are the class themes. So like the cleric and the paladin are divine, the druid is nature. Full cast means it's a total spellcaster. Half cast means it's only half a spellcaster. Pact is the warlock. It's a bit of a special thing. Fighting, they learn a fighting style. You got Blood Hunter has blood curses. The Lingering Soul is restricted. There's like special rules to it, but it's also a spirit. Ill Rigger's Fiendish. Alchemist Alchemy. You got Artisan Metal Gun. Ritual Blood. More Divine. Death. Curse. Knowledge. 2 Psionics. Rune. Nature Spirit. And then here, this is my ranking of complexity. I'm actually really proud of this one. So, the complexity rating, tier 1, simple. The simplest one is Sidekick. It was literally introduced in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, and the whole point of it is that it's a simpler class for if you just want an NPC, or if you have a child who's playing, or someone that just doesn't really get it. It's a really cool way to have them have a simpler character. Then tier 2 is straightforward. These classes are all straightforward. Champion, Captain, Messenger, Treasure Hunter, Warden, Barbarian, Fighter, Rogue. Some people are like, oh, fighters are too simple. They don't get all the Battle Master stuff. And like, honestly, I think that's fine for them to just nope out of that. I think it's okay to have simpler classes sometimes. Though there should be more things like the Battle Master, I will admit that. Okay, tier 3, uncomplicated. So, average. You got Warden, Scholar, Monk, Lingering Soul, Ranger, Blood Hunter. Then you have tier 4, which is moderate. This is where things start getting a little more dicey. You have the Gunslinger, the Ill Rigger, the Bard, Sorcerer, Wizard. Bard, Sorcerer, Wizard because they're like full spellcasters, but they don't have a lot of gimmicks to them. The Bard has music, the Sorcerer has metamagic, the Wizard has a spellbook. That's about it. The Gunslinger and Ill Rigger aren't magical, but they have enough complexity to bring them up to this tier. Then you have tier 5, complex. These ones have complex rules. The Investigator has a grimoire where they have to manage ritual spells. The Deep Witch has like a spirit binding totem. The Cleric is one of the more complicated spellcasters because you have to prepare your spells every day. This means a Cleric can almost at any given time have access to any Cleric spell, which is a lot for a new player. Same thing with the Druid. The Thurge is also similar. And then the Martyr, War Mage, and Witch here, as well as the Warlock. Yeah, those are all complicated. I should have put the Warlock under Witch. That's a mistake. Oh well. Oh wait, no, I forgot. I ranked these by how complicated they were. Yes. So I felt the Valda Witch, with all of its hexes, was a bit more complicated than the Warlock's Eldritch Invocations. I really like the Warlock. It is genuinely just a very different type of spellcaster. And you have tier 6, advanced. These ones are actually much harder to use. You have the Rune Scribe because it works on different rules. Then you have Paladin. Yes, I will put Paladin here. Just because you play Paladin every single day of your life doesn't mean... I don't know who I'm talking. I'm just saying that because so many people play Paladin. Like, genuinely, is literally statistically the most chosen class. But, like, I think that's because some people just play Paladin and never play anything else. But Paladin has fighting, it has half-casting, it has divinity, it has channel divinity. It just has so much going on for it that I genuinely feel it goes into advanced here. But it's not as advanced as the Captain, which has minions, or the Artificer. The Artificer is definitely the most complex of the original classes, but I still think it's pretty cool. I just think there's some things they could have simplified. The really complex thing to wrap your head around is the Artificer infusions. Because it's not that you can create magic items, it's that you imbue the essence of a magic item into a normal item. That's the big complexity bit. And then a new tier, 7, Byzantine, for other classes that were added in this compilation from other sources. Tamer, Necromancer, Craftsman, Alchemist, Talent, Mystic. Of course, all the psionic stuff goes at the end. That's why everyone hates them, or I hate them at least. So... anyway, I have more than just classes. Let's see what else we got here. Miscellaneous options, multi-classing, languages. I love doing the languages because no one else organized the languages for some reason. Like, there are websites that like organize this content. Kyle, why are you doing this when there's other stuff? But the answer is because no one else did it right. And then you have deities, all the pantheons, fighting styles, all the feats, which are like special abilities you get as you level up. You have the backgrounds. The backgrounds were such a pain. Genuinely, 5e was really bad with backgrounds. So there's like general backgrounds like Acolyte, and then there's a whole bunch of variants of that background. But this is a lot more organized than you'll normally see it because they're all spread across 15 million books. More background options, supernatural gifts, so like charms and transformations. I did put Baldur's Gate 3 stuff in here, which I thought was pretty cool. Like, here. Then you have equipment like weapons and armor. Oh, I put familiars here, which I was really proud of because there's a lot of cool extra familiars people don't know about. And then we have all the spells and magic stuff. Ooh, you know what? Hold on. 2075. Let me go to that page. So these are all the different spell tags that come across all the different books. A lot of these aren't in normal D&D rules. Like for example, if you watch Critical Role, they add Dunamancy as a special ancient type of magic, so that's included here, along with a bunch of other ones. And I'm able to group up the spells by what, oh, it's locking up. It gets a bit laggy sometimes. Acrobat's not really great. Kind of hate Acrobat a little bit. Oh, stop! Okay. That was not what I wanted to do. Okay. Here you can see you got like Labyrinth, Leyline, Magnetic, Mythos, Netherese, Pestilent. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. Alright, that's kind of all I have to show. I'm not allowed to show you guys anymore, so I have to kind of just leave you on a boring cliffhanger. Oh, thank you, Acrobat. Thank you for that. Alright, well, I'm going to go switch over, take a little break just to go to the bathroom and whatnot, and get my partner. And we're going to play Kino der Toten, which is the most played map of zombies of all time. Not the most favorite, just the most played, because it's like the one people got first. Krista says, I'm intrigued by chaos magic. Chaos magic is so cool. There is a wild magic sorcerer in the original Player's Handbook from 2014, and it's a really fun one. When I played Baldur's Gate 3, my first character was a wild magic sorcerer. I loved playing as her. This compilation does include something even more extreme, though. It includes a chaos magic user. And let's just say you might not want to have pets as a chaos magic user, because no telling when your magic might accidentally go off. It's a lot of fun if you like chaos and just hectic things. I really want to play a D&D game with you someday, Krista. I'm sorry that's not working out, but maybe someday. Oh, in the D&D movie, the incel character is a wild magic sorcerer. His character arc is learning to have confidence so he can learn how to control his magic. It's really actually genuinely good. I'm a little bitter that they basically gave the straightest story imaginable and no gay storylines, but hey, it was a good one. I have to admit it. All right, I'm going to be right back. Thank you guys for listening. Hello, I am back. All right. Please be patient with me. I have a cough drop in my mouth because I think I strained my voice at some point. Not really sure why. Maybe I just got way too in the first session of D&D that happened yesterday, and then I talked today on stream, and oh well. Let's call up Kira and get to playing zombie, shall we? Hello? Can't hear you, sweetie.
Hi.
Hi.
All right.
Can you
All good.
can you test talking?
Yeah, sure. Um, I think yesterday was really fun, honestly. I know it was first session, but I feel like everyone was super excited.
Yeah. I mean, you sound fine, but please check your mic for the cord pathing. This is a mistake you make often, so please just check it.
Okay. Fine.
All right, well,
All
what are the
right.
zombies?
Yes. We're playing Kino, right?
Yes, which is the default map that the original Black Ops came with. And because the original Black Ops was such a big deal, that means this level is played more than any other level. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Just launch game.
Sweetie, I don't know what's going on with your mic, but you're you're not catching the mic several times.
Okay, sorry.
No, I mean like I hear you talking in the other room and I don't hear you through the headset, and then I do. Like maybe you're talking too quietly, maybe you're too far away from the mic. I don't know, sweetie, but I need you to fix it.
All right. I tried moving the mic closer. We'll see if that works.
Okay.
Because it was a little far away.
Okay, I think I might need to turn you down then. Give me a moment.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I think I turned you up for the D&D stuff anyway.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Because I was using my headset for that.
Yeah, which was crappy.
Oh, shut up. It's more comfortable to use than this thing, especially when you also have to use the keyboard.
You're just so bad with volume control.
Oh, shut up. I can't help it.
Okay, I have a private match here. I'm going to invite you to the game.
Okay.
And I don't even need to
All
change
right.
the map because this is the default one.
Yep.
Battle the Undead in this theatrical installment of Zombies. This is when they changed the name from Nazi Zombies, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
New twists and clues could uncover the final plan. It's showtime. Oh, that's such bullcrap.
I don't think anything found in this level is, uh, significant later.
So, the reason it's bullcrap is Kino der Toten was going to be the 5th level of zombies in World at War. When it was
Mm-hmm.
being developed, it was going to be the follow-up to Der Riese, the Nazi giant factory, where the
Mm-hmm.
zombies were made. Whatever story would have had there never came to fruition. They barely finished the map, and even then, they didn't release it. So they just held on to it until their next game, Black Ops, came out, and they gave you this level for free.
Wow.
It became the new Nocturne Totem. And in the story, it makes almost no sense. It's an old abandoned Nazi theater, but you're playing in the 60s, so like a Nazi theater was just left abandoned in Berlin, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really strange. And the story for it, they had no idea of the story here. They never got around to writing one. So they just kind of threw it in there, and they have this dumb audio quote from Richtofen at the beginning. And it's really dumb because every aspect of it is wrong. Like, when you analyze the entire story, this quote stands out because Richtofen asked several questions he already knew the answers to.
Wow.
I think it might play. Here, we'll see if it'll play. I'm gonna hit start.
Okay.
Oh no, it's not playing. Oh, maybe I have to get on solo for it to play.
Yeah. Oh well.
Anyway, it's like, what am I in this theater for? Where did that girl go to? What happened to Group 935? And it's like, Richtofen, you know the answers to all of these questions.
Yep.
Maybe someone should go turn on the power now.
All right. Again, Black Ops makes the first player always be Tank Dempsey the American, and you're always going to be the Russian. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. Yep.
Let me check the lighting. How's the contrast? I think it's pretty good, honestly. It's supposed to be dark right here, and it's not so dark over here. Yeah.
Ah!
Wait, what are you doing?
My game. Fucking Steam.
Someone want to help me?
What?
I wanted to see if I could do the glitch that kills both of us. I did it.
Oh, well, good. Good, because the...
Should I just start the game up again? What's going on?
Yeah, you should. Fucking... They
What?
have this stupid thing where, like, pressing the wrong button on your controller gets this whole new Xbox menu that is terrible.
You
and
press
does
the middle
nothing.
Xbox button?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta not press that. World Kiwi says, just a big old Nazi movie theater in downtown Berlin right next to the 7-Eleven or something. You know what's funny? Okay, so I've done the research. It's next to the Fernsehturm, which is this, like, old Berlin monument. So yeah, like, it's right next to a big monument. Oh, hey, sweetie, you left the game. Gotta get back in. Yeah, just, you know, go down to your local Nazi theater. What is this, America? Actually, speaking of that, Nathan Fielder went a bit viral recently because his second season of The Rehearsal went out, and there was some controversial stuff, apparently. I don't know yet. I'm curious. I never watched The Rehearsal, so Kira and I decided last night to start watching it together. Kira, you need to get back in the game. Hello? Oh, no.
All right.
Oh, are you back? You're back?
Yeah,
All right.
I fixed it.
Okay. Anyway, so we started watching The Rehearsal. And, literally in the second episode, or was it the third episode? Yeah, the third episode, there is a straight-up Nazi. Like, just a straight-up Nazi guy. He has this plot line that I honestly think is actually genuinely pretty gross. The show is morally dubious, warning for that. But, he's, like, he has, like, a client, and the client is a Nazi. He calls someone Jewish at one point. And he's like, you can't say that, man. You can't do that. But they keep working with him. And I was really hoping they would just throw him out. They do kind of make him look bad by the end of it, but that's not good enough. Honestly, you should have thrown him out right then and there.
Mm-hmm.
Sweetie, get in the game.
I am. You'll need to invite me. Okay, stop spamming it. There.
All right, game time.
Okay, this should work.
All right. We're going to the Nazi theater. Can you pick me up a 7-Eleven on the way? Get it? I was making a callback to 5 minutes ago.
On. It's like deja vu
Wow.
all over again.
You know what's funny? When we were playtesting this, Kira came over to this thing. I'm like, oh, she was like, what? What is this? Oh, it opened. What does this mean, Kyle? And I'm like, it means absolutely nothing. But because so many things like this are meaningful in these dumb little Easter egg games, everyone obsessed about it for years, thinking it meant something.
Mm-hmm.
I do think this level is pretty well designed. But
yeah, I like this level
Yeah.
decent enough.
yeah, but I just can't really be excited about it because there's not really much that makes this level special. It's kind of random. There's really no narrative significance. And I've played it a million times, so it's not my favorite level.
Yeah.
Also, interesting thing, this was at a time when Call of Duty Activision was still allowed to put swastikas in games. They have since stopped doing that. Starting with Black Ops 3, they replaced the swastika at all times with an iron cross.
Yep.
This was meant to appease German censorship laws because at the time, video games were not considered art in Germany and were not eligible to use historical versions of the swastika for reference, like historical purposes, for artistic purposes.
Yeah.
I think Germany has kind of come around on that, but even then, I don't know if they would let Call of Duty do it. Ooh, nice.
You have no chance, Bone Monkey.
So just to be safe, Activision does the Iron Cross now.
I have issue.
I honestly feel like it's a bit cowardly. I think they should use the swastika in World War II settings where the Nazis are present when it makes sense to do so. I don't think they should do it for edge or shock value. But like, I don't know, if this level made sense as a Nazi theater, there is a little bit of backstory for it. Then like I think this is fine. I don't think this is offensive. The symbol is offensive, but like they're bad guys. You're killing Nazis. Sorry, what?
I literally saw the zombie do a double slap before I killed it.
Oh wow. We should probably get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh goodness, sweetie. Oh goodness. This is bad. Oh crap.
Is it just me or am I alone here? If I keep this up, I'm gonna run out of zombies. You see
Gotcha.
what happened to me? They were
Thank you.
Nikolai will show them the way back to hell now. After you, demon spawns.
All right.
Man up, zombies! It's time.
I got a ton of points there.
Yep.
All right, let's get going. This way, sweetie.
Okay. Coming.
It's getting too hot in here. We gotta go find something else.
Okay. They're on their way.
Oh no, the box is in a very bad starting spot. Grab the MP40.
Rapid fire
Yeah.
sweetness.
So they started doing a thing on this level where the box will spawn in a random spot.
Why is no one helping?
That makes this a bit more difficult. Sometimes we can get the box early on, sometimes not.
Hey guys, look what I did.
So we have to deal with the wall weapon for now.
Yeah. I got this left side. You should take the right.
Keep coming, I'll keep killing.
Nah, we're good. Just buy more wall ammo if you need to, okay?
Okay.
One thing that's kind of funny with the whole swastika situation is that in Black Ops 3, when they changed the swastika to an iron cross, also in the zombie story at the same time, they had rebooted the franchise into an alternate timeline. If you watch my zombie documentary series, that's the one I call the new timeline. The Greek letter new.
Ah!
Oh, you
Came
forgot.
up from behind me.
You forgot they dropped down from that hole.
Oh, yes, I did. I forgot about that.
Anyway, so there's this really strange implication that It's not a censorship issue. It's actually just in the alternate timeline they never adopted the swastika and just used the Iron Cross. It kind of it's just kind of like funny and frustrating that through their censorship of the Nazi swastika, they've kind of made the alternate timeline Nazis a little bit less racist.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me where in the Captain America movie they introduced Hydra, and like they do have evil Nazis in that movie, and I did like commend that, but it was definitely a sort of like the bars on the floor situation, because the way the movie actually uses the Nazis and Hydra is that you think the Nazis were bad, you've seen nothing yet. Hydra, we do double Roman salutes.
Oh, dogs. Maybe we should stay here.
I need to buy ammo because I do not have enough to survive this round.
Okay.
Alright, be careful. They can gang up on us here.
Reloading.
I'm almost dead.
Reloading. Ah!
Oh, that was so close. Don't get it.
Yeah.
I am all red and you were down. I was one hit from game over.
Okay.
Alright, let's get going. We don't want to stay here.
Yeah.
Oh, the box is not here either. Oh no. Where did the box start? We're gonna turn the power on.
Okay.
The box is in the middle. It's right here. We should.
Oh, alright.
We should buy Juggernog though instead.
Yeah.
Hurry.
Oh god, oh god.
Hurry. Yup. Once you enter this room and turn the power on, the gas zombies show up. Follow me. Follow me. We're going hot into this, okay?
Okay.
So, we're gonna run big circles around the entire level.
Okay.
It's really either you run big circles around the entire level, or you run a small circle separately, or I could maybe run a circle on the stage and you could camp the side of the stage. It would be a little risky though. It's not a great camping spot.
Okay.
So those are our options. Which would you like to do?
Let's just run a big circle for now.
All right. It's not as safe as a small circle though.
That's what I'm talking about.
Watch out for the gas zombies. They're new on this level.
Yeah.
They have the Nova 6 gas that was important to the plot of Black Ops. Oh, I heard a power-up drop somewhere. I thought I did.
I think you got it, sweetie.
Huh. Alright. So this stage is a great place to run a circle. Hey, come here, come here, come here!
Yeah?
Come here!
Where?
Come here!
Okay.
You're running away from me! So you could, like, camp in this corner, and you just have to deal with this window, and then maybe stragglers that come from the right.
Okay, I'll do that.
Do you really want to try that?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's try it now on round 8 just to see how viable it is, okay?
Okay.
You want to stay in that corner. Try not to venture here unless you're going to die.
Yeah.
You're all gonna die today. Never saw a zombie swarm. I didn't.
How's it going for you?
Good.
Let's see. 1,000 zombies, 1 death.
You would just have to make sure not to open that door that's at your back, by the way.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, I think this could work.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the circle right here. Just the stage is kind of open enough to where you can just kind of run around here.
Mm-hmm.
You corner a Dempsey, you'll get dead real quick. Sure, leave it up to me to kill them all. Hey, did Rick up and send you all?
Okay, this might work, at least for a bit. I think eventually we won't be able to do this anymore, but...
Depends.
when this strategy fails, do you want to run a circle together or do you want to run separate circles?
I'd rather do it together.
All right.
Maybe leave a crawler.
It's a bit late, sorry.
Two of my favorite things.
I had already shot it up. It wasn't going to work.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I have enough money. I'm going to buy the Bowie knife.
Sweet Bowie knife.
Hey, let's get a good gun while I'm at it. Box is right here. I got a
This
better
thing doesn't
pistol.
cost real
Yay.
I have an M16 over here.
You bought it from the wall?
No. I didn't buy it, but it's right there.
Oh, okay.
I might need to buy it if I run out of ammo. These boxes over here make a good line for headshots.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Every one of you to take me down. Oh, come on, where's my backup?
We make a great team.
Yep.
I'm the bait and you're the damsel. Wait, that's... Okay, we gotta think of better terms.
Why is it always up to me?
Oh, max ammo.
Nice.
Oh, we have one left? That's nice.
Ammunition on the house.
I tried making them a
Did it
crawler
work?
and failed.
Oh.
I forgot to knife more that round. Whoops. I should have done that. If you wanted to ramble for a while, sweetie, that would be nice. Give my voice a rest.
I'm not sure you want to hear me ramble.
Oh, hey. Whirly Kiwi says, the apparatus on the side of the stage reminded me of that Nazi UFO's conspiracy theory. Not sure how much of it was a conspiracy theory, though, knowing that they could have actually tried building them. Oh, yeah, so like the teleporter stuff? That's one of the unfortunate things about the Zombies series, is this was kind of a video game series that really liked to play with conspiracy theories. I kind of respect the fiction of, like, what if we said this conspiracy theory was true? You know, like Men in Black style, right? Oh, sweetie, you kind of blew me up a little bit.
Sorry.
I think there's something kind of interesting about that concept of, like, what if these conspiracy theories were true and running with that. The problem is a lot of conspiracy theories really get back to some really nasty origin points. There's a reason most conspiracy theorists, you give them enough years and they're talking about Jewish people, right?
Yeah.
And, like, the Nazis were kind of like the proto-thesis of that. The originators. Like, esoteric fascism is a thing. Like, that, it's just its own subject matter. Sorry, I'm trying to give you a proper response. I'm a little distracted at the moment. Let me just finish the round.
Well, wait, crawler? Okay, good. Alright.
Nuke! Oh, really?
Ah.
That's bullcrap.
Yeah.
Alright, so real quick. So, the thing is, the Nazis did have a number of, like, technological prowess when it came to the space race. Juggernog, sweetie. Over here, Juggernog.
Time to put you down.
Why?
Over here.
Right.
Over here, sweetie.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
So,
Breathe juice.
the V-2 rocket was the first projectile in space, and it was made by the Nazis. So they kind of started the space race that would later be taken up by the Americans and the Soviets. This is why you had Operation Paperclip and similar Russian operations, where they accepted former Nazis into the Cold War countries because they really wanted everything they knew about space stuff. The Nazis never had anything like a UFO. There were conspiracies that, like, they had only achieved the technological advancements they did because of like contact with aliens, or they found a UFO, or stuff like that. And that was all nonsense. The real reason that they managed to get the V-2 rocket, that they led the space race, is simply because Germany, prior to the Nazis taking over, the Weimar Republic, was a very actually academic and learned nation. They were also very progressive. Like, famously, the Nazis burned an institute on trans healthcare that existed in the 1930s. People talk about how trans people are a new thing, and like, no, like, their history was very deliberately erased by fascists, by Nazis, literal Nazis.
Dead real quick.
And likewise, the Weimar Republic had a lot of sciences. Albert Einstein was from that country, was from Germany prior to the Nazis taking over, and he fled. And in fact, when World War II was going on, he had gotten a name for himself, and he penned a letter to JFK, or no, sorry, FDR, to FDR, saying, we cannot let a Nazi bomb exist. He would actually go on later to regret this, because it turns out the Nazis never got close to actually making nuclear weapons. Because it turns out most of the scientists fled the country, and most of the ones that were left weren't very good. Also, Nazi Germany, being a fascist nation, really just did not like science. There's a reason they were into esoteric fascism. Famously, they rejected Einstein's theory of special relativity, calling it a Jewish science. Like, seriously, that's what they called it. Making a crawler. Did I make one?
I think so, but it's a fast one.
No, it's not. It's good.
Our asses are covered. For a moment, anyway.
All right, there we go. We have a crawler. We can take a break, finally.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so yeah, Einstein would regret actually making that letter when he found out. He said, the quote is, "If I had known the Nazis would have never come close to building an atomic bomb, I would have never lifted a finger." But he couldn't have known that. That's a really unfortunate thing with the atomic age around the 1950s and whatnot. When scientists, the 40s actually, when scientists were creating the atomic bomb, the whole Manhattan Project, you had like two kinds of scientists. You had the ones, the older people there, that were just like, we don't want a Nazi bomb, we'll do an American bomb instead, that's better. Let's just, please, for goodness sake, end this war. In the Holocaust, And then you had the other folks, the up-and-comers, that were like, glory to America, let's do this, the atomic age, I'm a hotshot young scientist type of thing. And I think there's an interesting parallel between those people as well as like the young tech bros of today. It's just a difference in the medium of technology.
Mm-hmm.
So, I know I rambled there for a bit, but it was a good subject. Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah. Do you need me to activate this teleporter?
Oh no, I was doing it.
Okay.
Alright, teleporter is active. This is probably the easiest teleporter to activate in all of the levels.
Yeah, sweetie, come here. I want to show you something.
What?
I want to show you something. Come here.
Okay.
Okay. So, you see this stack of 2 boxes right here?
Uh-huh.
From here, if I aim right above the stack, it perfectly is at head height for when you're running your circle.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go buy some perks.
Mm-hmm.
There's only 5 on
already-
this level, just like on the last ones.
Alright. I went and got Speed Cola. And I also have a Galil and an HS-10.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that's kind of interesting about the history of occultism in Nazi Germany is a lot of the Nazis' early advances were done due to privatization of them taking functioning systems and then just forcing them into the German government. Or well, okay, so what they did is they took government systems, they privatized them, and then they told the CEOs, you work for us.
Mm-hmm.
It was basically just a way of like, when people talk about shrinking the government, what they really mean is consolidating. That's
Oh my.
like the whole doggy stuff that Elon Musk is still doing actually. That's just an attempt to consolidate the government under himself and Trump.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, this
What?
is so ridiculous.
What?
If you come here, look at this ladder. If you just put a box here, you could climb up that ladder up there and be perfectly safe.
Sorry,
You could just be safe up there.
we're not playing Halo. No boxes. Or
Yeah.
Half-Life, whatever. What was I going to say about Nazi Germany, though? The occultism, right. So a lot of the early success was taking from the previous government in a sort of parasitic way. And then, when that started to run out, they started using meth. Like, literally, they would issue meth to their soldiers. For a long time, the Nazi war machine was just meth.
Mm-hmm.
And then, when that started petering out, is when the Nazis started really having massive losses. They were always going to fail. People talk about, like, what if the Nazis won the war? You have to invoke something supernatural for that to be the case. Or you have to go far back enough to where you can convince America to side with the Nazis. And to do that, you'd probably have to change how the Civil War turned out.
I think they did a little bit of that with Wolfenstein. I'm not sure if it's a supernatural explanation for why they won.
Yeah, no, so in Wolfenstein, they have a sort of, like, ancient, like, science artifact type of thing. And it's kind of funny that, like, it turns out, like, it is a Jewish science, and so the Nazis take the Jewish artifacts and use them to win the war.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That does sound kind of weird, I understand, but, like, it's kind of a subversion that, like, that there wasn't ancient artifacts, and it was the Jews that knew about it.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't like talking about the genocide stuff. But I wanted to talk about the esoteric stuff. Because when the Nazis started to get really desperate, that's when they started turning to a lot of their superstitions and beliefs. They started looking for a Wunderweapon, because they were really hoping that they could find something to turn the tide of the war. That's when they started sending expeditions to Siberia and the Himalayas and Africa and stuff like that. Anyway, they were evil, and no one minds when you kill a Nazi in a piece of media because they're awful. Honestly, people don't really mind when you do it in real life, even if there's, like, law stuff to worry about.
Not sure you should be saying that on stream, sweetie.
Oh, look, I'm not allowed to advocate for crimes. It doesn't mean I have to agree with the law, okay?
Okay, well, let's start the next round.
Sorry, just wanted to chat for a little bit.
I know.
Yeah, that hit the spot.
I got speed cola. Alright, what am I gonna get?
Why are you going to the box now?
I'm just grabbing whatever I got.
Okay.
Okay, so that glitch where my weapons got mixed up happened.
Oh.
Now the MP40 is my first weapon, the Python is my second, and the FAL is my third.
Ah.
They're all around me. That'll even the odds.
I think it's actually kind of important to become a bit more, oh crap, I got a little beat up there. Oh, sorry, watch out, watch out.
It's fine.
I'm back, I had to run away for a
Is it
second.
just me, or am I alone here?
Oh no, oh no, oh no, I'm dead.
Oh no.
So I had to deviate from my path, and then I just got really unlucky. Just run them around, just go away. I got really unlucky in that when I deviated from my path, I went around the corner, and several zombies just blocked my path. I couldn't get around them. Yep, I'm sorry. That's all my money, too. Man.
I'll get you, sweetie.
I don't know if you can. I'm almost dead
I'm
now.
going around.
You have like 5 seconds. 5.
No,
4.
no. I'm so
3,
close. I'm so close.
2. Oh, goodness. Wow, that was close.
Am I?
Nice. Good job, sweetie. Good job. Alright. What weapons do I have? The Python and the FAL. Wait, I think my weapon's glitched up again. Alright.
You had no chance, Bone Monkey. Time to die. You guys, not me. Just what I like. Multiple targets. Why?
That's the really unfortunate thing with Mule Kick on this level.
To the A, zombie.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, where's my backup?
It's fine though, I didn't have good weapons anyway. But that is why I always check the order.
Real quick.
Yeah. Oh. I got hit by gas. I'm okay though.
Gotta watch out. Oh, I got double slap.
Oh no. Okay.
I didn't have enough for Juggernaut yet.
No.
Oh, you're
Nope.
dead. You're dead.
No. Yeah. Wow. Oh my god. I got swarmed.
Well, that's disappointing. Do you want to try again, or do you want to move on to the next level?
Honestly, let's just move on. Kino is not that fun.
Are you sure? I feel like we didn't get to see a lot of the level.
I mean, I guess if you want to play it again, we can. Oh, we see our previous scores
Wait, where?
on the top right.
Oh, the point scores, yeah. I don't know. I'm a little mixed because I do feel like we didn't get to see the full potential of that level, but also there's just not much more there. There's some rooms we didn't go into. I could have bought double tap, could have got better guns. I guess there's the thunder gun though.
There is pack-a-punching as well in this level.
Although both of those things are on Ascension anyway, and we're going to be on Ascension for a while.
Alright, do you want to just play Ascension? We got a couple more hours.
Well, next is 5.
Okay.
Alright. We never got to use the teleporter. We never got to play Kino that much, but I do think Kino's like the most played level. It is a little boring. Yeah, let's just switch to 5.
Yeah,
I think-
I'm good. I really like 5.
We got 2 hours left, and we could spend 2 hours straight up on 5.
Yeah.
5 was the first level to take place in America. It is the Pentagon, literally. Oh. Oh, wait, I wanted to show the intro for a minute, but then I realized it's copyrighted now, and I found that out because I actually had the intro up first before Activision decided to copyright it and flag my video.
Uh-huh.
What were you saying?
I actually really like 5. 5 is a lot of
Oh,
fun.
5 is good. It's a little hard though. It's harder than Kino, but the different aesthetic and atmosphere feels really cool. The story is a little bare bones, but it's kind of a breath of fresh air from where the story had been before. Playing as new characters, I think, helps with that.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to play the intro because I'll get copyright flagged, but the players in this one are JFK, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, Senator Richard Nixon. This is before he became president, and then Fidel Castro. They were having a meeting and zombies attacked.
We'll
Yep.
be judged more by what we do here than anywhere else.
Yep, I'm playing as JFK, and you are playing as McNamara. Please try not to install any fascist dictators while we're killing zombies, okay?
Okay. I'll try.
World of Kiwi says, on the topic of non-Nazi occultism, I've been really drawn to Gnosticism as of late, despite being somewhat a staunch atheist or agnostic. Kind of weird considering the overall shift towards trad theism. Yeah, I'm not super educated on that. I do personally identify as agnostic, so Gnostic is just different than what I'm used to. From what I understand, it is a sort of faith, though, right? I'm not really a person of faith. As an agnostic person, I admit that, like, there are possibly powers beyond us, beyond our comprehension. But I kind of tend to align with the atheists, and that, you know, such things are not provable.
Yeah.
I do think there are atheists, like the Reddit atheists, that are harmful, like Richard Dawkins types. And I do think that more people need to separate orthodoxy from spirituality. Those are not the same thing. We group them together in the term religion, but they are different. I would trust some, like, pagan witch doctor more than I would trust some, like, Protestant church priest.
Yeah.
Also, I will say, both of those people will probably give you bad advice in terms of medicine.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. Like, there is genuine, like, herbal remedies, but there's just so many con artists out there, you know? So it's hard to know which of the herbal remedies are actually real. World Kiwi says, if I had a cent for every time the Pentagon was featured in a video game, I'd have 2 cents, which isn't a lot, but it is all that happened twice. I'm going to be honest, and this is not hate for you, World of Kiwis. I know it's a very common joke. I really don't like that joke format. I get it. You watched Phineas and Ferb. All right. I think part of it is just like the original joke was if I had a nickel for every time, I'd have a lot of nickels. Like, it's a point where like the subversion has become so standardized that the subversion is now the new standardization for that joke. I would rather hear the original one. Although I do admit, I made a version of that joke yesterday when I unveiled my D&D character that I showed at the beginning of stream. It was literally just like, if I had a nickel for every head, and then I just stopped talking. The joke being my character had 2 heads. But I feel that was a subversion of the subversion. That's my defense for the joke.
Fail miserably, achieve greatly.
I feel sometimes people
Double the pleasure.
people make like a mean joke instead of making a substantive comment. Ah, I went down. Hurry.
Zombies are
Keep
still
doing,
slow.
keep doing. Thank you.
I was just resting my eyes.
Okay, it's okay, sweetie, I got you.
Okay.
By the dawn's early light, ba-boom!
No, it
All right.
is not over yet.
We have a crawler, but we really don't need one in round 3.
This window is broken.
Oh yeah, one cool detail on this level is they break through these glass windows, but when you repair them with wood, so like it never goes quite back to being fixed.
All right, let's go through here.
Oh,
These doors.
hey,
What?
see, this is a glitch. These
Oh.
these TV screens are supposed to be flickering, but they're not. Maybe it's the plutonium version, the Steam version, I don't know, but these screens are supposed to be flickering.
Interesting. All right.
Hold on. Let me. TLDR on Gnosticism, World of Kiwi says, our universe is flawed and low-key bad because God is flawed and low-key bad and is actually not a true God. I do think that's a more interesting belief system and probably a bit more of a logically sound one. There's always Pascal's wager, right? Oh, I guess I should say that for people who don't know. Pascal's wager is the idea of, like, how can God exist and be truly good if there's evil things in the world? It's questions like that. Like, how can an infinitely powerful and infinitely good God allow bad things to exist?
And the answer is that he is either neither of those or only one of them.
Yes. So anyway, I do find that more interesting. I don't personally believe in it. Well, again, I'm agnostic. It's possible, but we can never know or prove it.
Get off my bunions!
Yeah.
Forgive one's enemies, but never, ever forget their names!
All right, opening this door. We're going to buy the MPL.
I like
And this level has
a
1 million
lot.
doors. So what we have to do is we have to farm points before we go any further if we want to be able to do our strategy, okay?
Alright, I will be door woman over here, and you can face the front.
You'll be door woman, i.e. Secretary of Transportation.
Haha.
One thing that kind of annoys me with D&D is how all of the gods and the pantheons are clearly just based off of the Greek pantheons. Like, they call them different things, but it's very clear their only understanding of gods is from a Greek pantheon. They don't have, like, these, like, indigenous gods and spirits, local gods, temples. Like, I mean, some settings will try to instantiate that, but it's just not the way the game was designed.
Yeah.
What?
I can hear the elevator music.
Oh. One of the things I liked about the Crit Role series was their world, the world of Exandria. But even then, I'm still kind of disappointed by the gods. There's a cool story about, like, the betrayer gods. Like, some of the gods betrayed the Pantheon, which is cool. But in Critical Role Campaign 3, there's this whole narrative about a guy trying to destroy the gods with a god eater, like, making an existential threat. And that I like, but then they also have the guy be super evil. And it's like, oh, so we're not going to actually wrestle with the morality here of whether killing the gods is a good thing to do. Because he's evil, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. The party spends most of the campaign just being like, I don't know about the gods, but Ludinus has to die.
Yeah, I honestly would have preferred it if they had just been staunchly pro-God, because at least they'd have an opinion.
Yeah.
I know there is a devil, for I see a storm coming.
It's frustrating seeing people waffle.
Time to repair a barricade when the sun is shining. Your president needs slugs.
You know what'd be so cool? It'd be cool if we had, like, a politician or something who was, like, super Christian, but, like, in a very based way.
Coming for you all.
Because I feel like the way that Christianity is used nowadays is just weaponized for American selfishness. Like, you cannot look at the average American Christian, the average evangelical, the average Trump-voting Christian, and tell me that they genuinely, actually believe that greed is a sin. You are lying to me if you say that.
Yeah.
They worship greed. Even Pride. They love Pride. They just hate it when gay people do it. That's why they hate Pride Month. It's not because they think Pride's a sin. It's because they think Pride is theirs.
That's an order.
They have claimed it. They want the copyright on it.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that's not all Christians, but oh no, that's bad. You got windmilled.
Yeah.
Get up and shoot.
So many shamblers, so little time.
Crap. Ammo.
You did not get up and shoot.
I tried to. I had to reload.
I went down the elevator,
I see that.
and I am also out of ammo.
Need some beans,
I guess I will buy a
here.
second wall weapon,
Yep.
and I will come back up. This is not how this was supposed to go.
Yep.
And I thank you for your support.
Shoot!
I got it.
We're good. We're good.
Yep.
Killing and maiming are
The problem with
indispensable
the
to each
MPL
other.
is it just has such a small clip, so
Yeah.
you're reloading a lot.
Yep.
I hear a zombie somewhere. I'm just gonna grab the nuke. We'll make it crawler next round.
Okay.
Understatement of the century.
We need to build up some more points.
Okay.
And yeah, you can go down the elevator in case of emergency.
Yep.
What was I saying? Something about religion? I forgot. Oh, Christians, right. Yeah, I was saying, not all Christians are like that, but I feel like it's a particularly common kind of Christianity. I genuinely think we should have a branch of Protestantism that we just kind of call, like, greed Christian, or, like, fascist Christian? Christo-fascist. There is a term for it, yeah. And it might as well be seen as a different denomination. The problem is they just don't call themselves that.
On this earth, God's work is in our hands. Huzzah!
Running!
Public Works project at its finest.
Ah!
I told
Windmilled again!
Oh, I told you I was running.
Yeah.
We have a crawler somewhere out there.
I am in your debt.
Ah! Alright, I think we're good. We got 2
Okay.
crawlers. Nice.
So where do we go?
You know, it's kind of ironic. People are talking about the woke, the woke pope and everything. And I do genuinely think that Pope Francis was probably one of the best popes just in terms of progressive issues. People will point out that like some like transphobic proclamations or homophobic proclamations, but like, we're talking about the Catholic Church here. On the scale of the Catholic Church, he was genuinely very progressive. He met with trans sex workers, for Pete's sake.
Yeah.
And the new guy that has replaced him since he died, he's not as good. But, as far as popes go, he's honestly not that bad. Mm-hmm. We're at a point now where I think genuinely American Christians are more bigoted than like Catholics. Actual Catholics, by the way. There's a huge difference between Orthodox Catholics and then converted Catholics.
Yeah.
And we're just talking about like behavioral trends and stuff. I think the reason American Christians tend to be worse progressively is because they've been captured by the Republican Party. It's really, you don't have to go back that far. Before Reagan, abortion wasn't a Christian or right-wing issue. Reagan is the one who galvanized Christians under the Republican Party, particularly evangelicals. And he's the one that made abortion a partisan issue.
Yeah.
Or I should say, he didn't do it himself. There were some like right-wing grifters and media figures that did it during his administration, and he adopted it. It's interesting, if you look at Reagan's first campaign, he didn't even mention abortion, really. It was only his second campaign that he started really going on about that.
Wow.
Sorry, I like talking about this stuff.
I know.
All right, we are in the war room. It's so weird that none of the screens are flickering. I'm so used to the screens flickering all the time. We need to turn the power on and open these doors. Alright, let's go down this elevator. Remember, see how I said there were so many doors? I've already spent 4,000 points.
Yeah.
Are you not coming down, sweetie?
Oh, sorry. I will be right there.
Alright. Hi.
Hi.
All right, and here's the secret laboratories where they do all the secret zombie and Nova 6 experiments.
Yep.
All right, and then here's the power. There we go.
Power restored. We are now
We've turned the power on, and it's unlocked these little teleporters, which are cool, but that means that it means that there's little teleporters everywhere that always teleport you randomly. All right.
Where's
Juggernog? Oh, yeah. Juggernog is right here, right next to the DEF CON room.
Where's the box?
The box is downstairs. You have to go back downstairs.
Oh, okay.
You should buy Juggernog, though.
I did.
Hail to
Oh,
the
okay.
chief. You want a taste of my size
All
tens,
right.
don't you?
Go down the teleporter. Is that it right there? Yep, I found the box. It's over here. I'll
Okay.
open the door. It's in the human testing. Yay!
Oh.
Rack 'em up.
Invest in good guns. We're going to need them.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
Secure peace by prepping for war.
Is DEF CON 1 the highest or lowest? So, DEF CON 1 is, numerically the lowest one's lower than 5, but it's the highest security. So you start at on a security lockdown where even the powers turn off, and you're at DEF CON 1, and you have to flip the switches to get down to a more accessible setting, and that will allow you to enter the bunker room. And then once you do, it flips back to DEF CON 1.
Yeah.
So it's like golf. The lower the number, the more dangerous the situation. Now we have some flickering, but whatever. That one's not even working.
Alright. I am ready.
One thing to note, if you're on the 3rd floor and you go to one of the teleporters, it takes you to a random teleporter. If you go to the one that's next to the power switch, it always takes you at least to a different floor. Maybe not the floor you were looking for, but at least a different floor.
Okay.
Okay, so the DEF CON switches, I'm going to go ahead and turn them on. So
We are now at DEFCON 2.
There's one over here.
We are now at DEFCON
There's
3.
2 down here.
I know,
Which
sweetie,
one
I got
should
it.
I press?
Don't worry, I got it.
Okay.
We are now at DEFCON 4.
All right, so we're almost back to normal. If I switch this one and go to DEF CON 5, the way to the secret bunker will open, but we're not going to go there yet because it's only open temporarily before it auto flips back down to DEF CON 1. I presume the idea is there's some computer system that's like, oh crap, there's zombies, go back to DEF CON 1, you morons.
Yeah.
All right, you ready to do this? We're going to have to run a circle in the war room. This is kind of the best area to do this.
Yeah.
All right.
Executive order 11247.
This will be a little challenging because there's a lot of nooks and corners here, and there's going to be 2 of us, but we'll have to be a team, okay?
Yeah. I know the circles don't.
Okay. We're going to try to go counterclockwise, but in an emergency that might change.
Okay.
We have to wait for them to bust all the doors down. You have Juggernog, right?
Yes.
All right. Oh, watch out, watch out.
There's a little elbow room here.
Are you
Show
good?
them what you won in 1960.
Yeah.
Watch out for that corner. That corner's a death trap.
Yeah.
You just want to try not to get stuck. All right, doing great, sweetie.
Uh-huh.
Some people will actually refuse to get Carpenter power-ups because all it does is slow them down. And while that might be good contextually, it means they all kind of bust out around the same time and swarm you.
Yeah.
I don't really care. I don't think a Carpenter is make or break, and it's some free points. And sometimes slowing down can be useful, but there is a real
Yeah.
drawback. All right,
Yeah.
we're gonna turn and shoot. Shoot time.
The beast of force.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
There's a power up. We'll get on the next revolution.
Yeah.
On the revolution. We don't have Castor today.
Head back to the packer, you pisser.
Oh, insta kill.
I did think it's kind of interesting they let you play as communists like Nikolai or Castro. They're always kind of the worst communists, but oh well, I guess. All right.
And that's how you
We're okay. Everyone for themselves. You're abandoned. Sorry, sweetie. We're getting divorced. Bye.
Ah!
Initiate security protocol 1.5.
I know what this is, and fuck you. Can I see him? Can I see him?
I don't see him. Do you?
I see him! I see him! I see him!
I love how they
He's
replaced.
super slow.
I love how they replaced the dogs with something else on this level. The only thing is, there is no narrative for who this guy is. It was never discovered. I don't care that they retconned and said it was some other guy later. That was made up bullcrap.
He's over there, but on the stairs, and I'm keeping him on there by, like,
Okay.
going around this circle.
Okay, but stop doing that.
Okay.
I'm trying to shoot him.
Do you want him to come towards you?
Sweetie, you're delaying the inevitable.
Okay. He's coming.
Okay.
He's so fast!
Run! Run!
I'm running! I'm running! I'm running! He got me!
I missed almost every shot.
Ah. Oh no.
Alright, he takes your gun, and now we have to try to get him back before he runs away. Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. I see him! Oh man, we've barely damaged him. Oh no. He's hurt! I got him! I got him!
Nice.
Reload.
Monitoring will remain on alert.
Alright, get back to the war room.
Okay.
Fire sale
Oh.
power up. Yep, this is a new power up.
Just what the doctor
Box
ordered.
pulls are only 10 points.
Where's the box?
Big John
Don't
is
die,
a
please. Don't
sponge.
die.
I won't. Oh crap.
Oh, that was close. I'm at the war room. Where are you?
Down here.
What?
Oh, what?
You led a whole crowd right by where I was. Why?
I didn't know you were there, okay?
I literally announced my presence.
No!
I literally said I was here, and then you just ran a whole crowd in front of me and killed me.
I didn't know that this is the war room.
What?
Look at them crowding the teleporter.
Guys, can you cancel Kira? Can you, like, hashtag Kira killed Kyle and report her to the police? No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. I love her. I don't want her to die.
This one has little phrases in the bottom left, and one of them is, I'm not buying that door.
That's funny. You okay with trying again?
Yeah.
Okay. So, next time if I say I'm coming, maybe, you know, welcome me
Judge
instead of
more by
murdering
what we
me.
do here than
I
anywhere
didn't
else.
know that that was even called the war room, okay? I had no idea what place you were referring to.
So I got back down to the war room, and if you weren't there, I think I would have been fine. But you congregated the zombies in the worst spot, because when you go down from the balcony, the hardest point, the choke point for that level, is the stairway. And so I get down there, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go down through the stairway before they start spawning in. Little did I know they were already all spawned in at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a good enough weapon to be able to kill that one. I had a shotgun, and I fired every single round of a shotgun, but that crowd was just too big. There were too many of them.
Yeah. I got one pull from that fire sale, and it was a explosive crossbow, so...
Line up the shot.
They're so slow to start with.
Low ammo. Pass the buck. I seem to have no more rounds. Pain is temporary.
Nice.
Pride is forever. M to the A.
I need
the
to think of
D.
something to ramble about while we go through these early rounds again.
This.
We kind of breezed through them because I was distracted talking a lot of it.
Yep.
Anything you want to talk about, sweetie?
I don't know.
You know, JFK gets a lot of credit for the Cuban Missile Crisis. But,
Need some beams for the chowder here.
honestly, like, you kind of have to credit both him as well as the Soviet Union. I forget who was negotiating. It wasn't Khrushchev himself. It was, it was someone working for him. I forget. But the whole point of the Cuban Missile Crisis is basically two nuclear nations were kind of like playing chicken to see who would nuke the world first. And thankfully, they both backed down and neither did it. But it was actually the Soviet Union that blinked.
Go back to your hole, Reba.
Because, see, America kind of started it, right? America put nuclear warheads in Turkey within range of the Soviet Union. So the Soviet Union responded by putting missiles in Cuba within range of America. Like, it was a tit-for-tat situation. A lot of people forget that.
Yep.
And so then eventually you have the Cuban Missile Crisis because America blockades Cuba because they don't like the missiles. And the Soviet Union's like, if you blockade, this is a war, we will fire missiles. And before you know it, the whole world's like wondering if we're gonna die.
Yeah.
Your country thanks you.
Oh, we got a lot of zombies, watch out.
They should put my face on the silver dollar. Double points. Forgive one's enemies, but never, ever forget their name.
Oh, that was close.
I see in America, unafraid of
There we
beauty
go.
and grace. But you beasts aren't helping.
What we got left? Oh.
I said eat it.
Nice. Man, I got so many points. We're doing really well on points.
Yep.
Anyway, let's just go buy the MPL.
Full auto zombie slaying death in the palms of my hands.
All right. So what was I saying? Cuban Missile Crisis. There was a pretty cool moment though during the standoff when the captain of the fleet of the boats, who was like staring down a bunch of the American boats, who was staring down a bunch of Russian boats, and everyone's wondering like, is this it? Or is this gonna be the new war? And he gets a phone call, and it's literally from JFK, and he's just like, Captain, do not fire.
More fun than
Do you understand me? Do not fire. That's a pretty cool moment. Oh, I got double slap. Don't be afraid to go down the elevator, or just die. I guess.
Go down the hallway. Oh, what?
You got. Yeah, that was not bright, sweetie.
I was gonna try to go back down the hallway.
You should have just gone down the elevator, like I said.
Okay. Sweetie, you might not want to stay at the game over screen because there's an IP address in the bottom right corner.
Wait, what?
It's the local one, so I don't think anybody can actually use it because it's a separate one from the one that connects you to the internet.
Why are you telling me this now live?
Because I only noticed it on that game over screen because it lingered so long.
I can't skip the game over screen.
Well,
why do you think
okay.
I don't skip it?
Okay.
You're just like, oh, by the way, sweetie, you're doxxed. By the way, just letting you know. Honestly, I wish you hadn't even pointed it out because now people watching know.
Okay.
Power level critical.
I'm quitting the game.
Systems offline.
We'll be judged more by what we do here than...
I didn't see it there.
Power level critical. Major systems offline.
Hold a grenade and kill yourself.
We'll be judged more by what we do here than anywhere else.
I don't have any grenades.
You have to wait till round 1 starts. Okay. All right, yeah, you're. No offense, I love you. You're full of crap. There's no IP address.
What? It showed it on my screen.
Because you're the one connecting. I'm the host.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was the same on both screens.
No. You gave me a panic attack there.
Sorry. I didn't realize it was different.
All right, we're gonna play again. It's we have an hour 15 minutes. So if we have enough time for one good run, but if we keep failing, we're going to run out of time.
Well, let's see how we do.
All right, and again, if you get overwhelmed while we're doing the point building in the hallway, just go down the elevator and come back, okay? It gives yourself a chance to refresh.
Okay.
I gotta
There's
think
an M14 here. Is this better than the other gun?
No, the starting wall weapons are always the worst weapons you can buy off the wall, and that's why they're also the cheapest. So it's kind of a gamble. You could try to not buy those guns and maximize points, or you can spend your points to get some crappy guns, but then it's harder to get better ones after that. So they're kind of a handicap mode / trap.
Ah.
You're better off not buying them if you're good enough to survive without them.
Okay.
If you need the handicap, they're there, but otherwise, you know. I'm telling you, this zombies mode, the arcade type of feel to it, is very well designed, and they got better as time went on. I do think there were some mistakes, though. They started making the levels bigger and bigger and bigger because they felt like that was a good thing. It might have been executive driven, I'm not sure. And I think that was a huge mistake.
Yeah.
I know with Transit and Black Ops 2, they were trying to basically make it like a whole game world, like a whole game mode. And I think that had potential, but it was kind of, they cut and sliced it at every possible turn, so there was no way it was going to actually end up good.
Yeah.
I honestly felt kind of sorry for the developers. They were kind of messed up by the executives.
Yeah.
They were bleeped over, I guess you could say.
Yeah. They really were, because it could have been good.
Yeah. Now, I do also think, though, that an open world thing isn't necessarily the right answer. I'm gonna go ahead and open the door.
Okay.
Full auto zombie
Like, the
slaying
new
death
Mario
in
Kart
the
game
palms
is
of my
open
hands.
world. And everyone looking at that was like, oh, look at that, it's open world, isn't that cool? And I'm just like, no, actually, I really don't care about that, like, at all. Like,
Yeah.
Mario Kart was about, like, racing around on these kart tracks. Making it to where you could just race anywhere, like... So what, we're just doing Diddy Kong Racing again? Like, I don't care. I just don't care at all.
Yeah.
Take that, Skinny. That's a wicked digger. Good old-fashioned Irish beatdown.
It kind of reminds me of Elden Ring, right? Because Dark Souls was always a very controlled, linear experience. And then they made Elden Ring, which is like an open world version of Dark Souls, right?
Go back to your hole,
Yeah.
Reaver.
And it was a huge success. A lot of people liked the game. But I think the game undeniably has a bunch of issues related to its open worldness. Because that gameplay
Yeah.
formula just wasn't made for it. And by trying to adapt it towards an open world formula, I think it results in Elden Ring being an amazing game for your first experience. And kind of a headache if you try to replay it again.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I had a lot of fun playing it, but I'm not that good to really say that. I'm not good enough at it to say that replaying it wasn't fun because of, having to redo stuff.
Weren't you kind of annoyed at having to, like, recollect everything and re-travel everywhere and backtrack, though?
The only thing I was really annoyed with, because I love traveling around the environments, is that the looting weapons and spells and armor and stuff was always so unfun, because you would find stuff, you would find it and be like, oh, I found something, and then it'd be like, oh, but this won't work for my build at all. 9 times out of 10, it doesn't work for your build, so it doesn't matter that you found something.
Yeah, I really don't like crafting in most
Understatement of the
games, to be
century.
honest.
I actually thought the crafting in Elden Ring was interesting, because the pots and the stuff that you could use and the stuff against status effects was cool to use. The only bad part about it was having to find the recipes in addition to ingredients.
I mean, I'm already annoyed with one of those things, but yeah, you have to do both of them.
Yeah, like, finding ingredients was a pain, but that's understandable. But the idea of also having to unlock every individual recipe was annoying. I think they should have just had them all on merchants at least, so you could just buy them instead of having to find some in random places.
Sure. But like, you know, I'm historically pretty just against crafting systems most of the time. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't mind crafting in Fallout New Vegas, because quite frankly, I felt like it was completely optional. I could just ignore it. Baldur's Gate,
Yeah.
I also really did not like the Baldur's Gate crafting system, the alchemy system.
I love the alchemy in Baldur's Gate 3, though. It was pretty good.
I tried it once, hated it, and never touched it again. Anytime I got alchemy ingredients, I just threw them at you, because I just wanted nothing to do with them.
Yeah, I know.
I just felt like it's like, remember how H-Bomber Guy did that whole rant in one of his videos about minigames? How minigames and immersive sims or AAA games or RPGs. Lock picking and hacking minigames are bad even when they're good because they distract you from the game you're actually playing. That's what I felt the alchemy and crafting systems in most games are. Honestly, in Minecraft, it's a little tolerable because it's kind of the main part of the game. A little bit.
Yeah.
I still think it's not great in Minecraft. But yeah, I think most crafting systems are bad. Would Overcooked count as a crafting game because you have to make foods like in a Dine and Dash? Are Dine and Dash games crafting games?
I don't think that counts.
Well, I think it should because basically it's just a game where the entire game is crafting.
Yeah.
I have to move very fast to even stand still.
It's more tolerable when it's the entire game, I guess.
Yeah, because then it has to be good.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Oh, that was a...
How'd you...
Oh, there was a zombie behind me somehow. How did they get there? Well, I lost a ton of points there.
There you go.
Kids,
I think a zombie busted out from your window and got me from behind.
Oh. Okay.
Because
Sorry.
the zombie in front of me, I had backed up, and I got hit even though I had already backed up, so I think there was one behind me.
Okay.
the pay is good and I can walk to work.
Alright, we really need to leave a crawler at the end of this round. We've not been doing super great on points. I kind of missed an opportunity right there the last session.
Enemies, but never, ever forget their names.
Yeah.
Kidding me? Oh, great. Go down the elevator.
Okay. How do I do that? Oh, okay. There we go.
Alright, and come back up soon. Hold out, and then come back up.
Okay.
I got a little unlucky. I just had to reload, and I was like one bullet away from killing the guy that killed me. Thank you. I had to run to get more
For
ammo.
an easy life,
There
just
you
to be
go.
a stronger man.
Probability of you touching me again is 0.
Alright, let's make sure we make a crawler.
I am all that stands between the dead and the White House. The time to repair a barricade is when the sun is shining.
You killed the crawler because I had already thrown a grenade.
Get off my bunions.
Sweetie!
A zombie miseducated is a zombie lost. Now this works.
There we go.
There we go.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
Alright, let's go.
Okay.
Got 2 crawlers. Alright, let's buy all the doors. You gotta be careful with this little stairway here. This is where I died, by the way. Right here.
Yeah.
You stay up here. Turn on all the DEFCON switches except this one. I like to keep this one for last because it's the most easily accessible one.
Okay.
I'll go turn the power on. You just wait here.
Okay.
Alright, there we go.
Power restored.
Let me see where the box is. Oh,
Security
box is in animal testing.
Okay.
When I was younger, I would always keep this pig alive because I just felt it was so cruel to kill it. But, I don't know. I feel it's also cruel to leave it alive, to be honest.
Yeah.
Although none of the zombies actually go after it, so the zombie apocalypse might have actually been pretty good for this pig. No, I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. The piggy might be able to escape.
It's suffering.
Then you do it.
With great power comes great responsibility.
I am sorry, Piggy.
I ain't like that.
It's suffering. Don't let things suffer just because you can't stomach the mercy. I got the FM fail, and he said for the win.
Oh, I just polished these shoes.
I got HK21.
Nice. I got terrible weapons. I'm saving my money for Juggernog.
I got HK21 and a Python, which isn't too bad.
I'm waiting for the teleport to recharge. There we go.
Capabilities twofold.
All right.
Fail miserably, achieve greatly.
All right. Let's get
Did
going.
Did you get Juggernog?
Oh wait, yeah, it's right here. So. Oh great, this is so bad.
Oh no! 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 No!
Last time I barely managed to kill it with the HK21. I don't think you're gonna be able to manage.
I have a Python. Does the Python at least do more damage?
The Python is good if you can line it up and nail all 6 shots.
Okay. Okay. I think I got all 6.
Need some beans for the chowder here.
He's gonna be coming back. He's coming.
Yep. Oh god. Oh god. I'm running. No. 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 No.
You're running quite a lot. What are you doing up there?
Just running away.
You can't prolong this forever, sweetie.
I'm running until you get up here to shoot him.
Normally I just stay down there. Okay. How are you able to outrun him?
Because I have a Python, which is pretty fast.
Okay.
And he's not that fast yet.
Okay, so you have a light weapon, and he was moving slower because your Python had damaged him so much. So that was pretty good, sweetie.
Yeah.
He normally runs faster than you can run, but if you damage him enough, he slows down.
Yeah.
Where are you? Oh, you're over there.
Okay.
And the rockets red
Go.
glare. The bombs bursting in air.
Take it. My turn. My turn. I got a grenade launcher. It's my turn. Oh, FAL buddies.
Peace by prepping
Okay, you want to get going?
Yep, let's go.
All right.
fail miserably, achieve greatly.
I'm not gonna lie, I would have preferred to keep the Python, but
I mean, you could have. What was your other weapon?
HK21,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
Well, when we're sharing a fire sale like that, you kind of got to keep it going. I grabbed the grenade
Yeah.
launcher even though I didn't want it, just so I could have another spin. So you could have a spin. Otherwise,
Drop something.
we would have been stuck, and none of us would have
Yeah.
been able to use it again.
Yeah.
You're all pardoned. I see in America, unafraid of beauty and grace, but you beasts aren't helping.
All right, I'm getting to the swing of it. Max ammo? I don't have any good weapons.
Just grab it.
I know there is a devil, for I see a storm coming, and his hand is in it. Keep
right? I'm a little tired from all the rambling, to be honest.
Yeah.
In a time of turmoil, knowledge is
After we're
power.
done here, we kind of just have the rest of our Sunday, right?
Yep.
I don't have a lot of D&D stuff I can work on anymore because, like, we've done most of it. I don't know if I feel
Yeah.
I don't know if I feel like doing the spells on the document today.
Yeah.
So I think I might just get back to editing Fallout.
Knocking 'em out
I've
like
edited
titty
up to
ball
Honest
games.
Hearts, but we don't quite have 10 episodes in the can, so I'd like to maybe make some more progress on that. I've just been juggling a lot of things lately.
Yeah.
Switching over to a new D&D game, making a good finale for all you guys that did take up
Pride is forever.
some amount of work,
Yep.
as well as the book I'm working on.
They are coming from all sides. Know the way of all perfection. They swarm like locusts.
You're all gonna die. Again.
Show them why you're one in 1960.
We got over here double points. That's good.
Yeah.
On this earth, God's work is in our hands.
Oh.
Huzzah!
What is
It's
that?
a death machine.
Ah, crap. That
I've
didn't
seen
work.
this band. Instinct.
All right, we'll go around the long way.
Stay the tide, Mr. President.
Are you gonna get it?
Yep.
But I'm the streamer.
Forgive one's enemies, but never, ever forget their name.
That was the end of the round anyway.
Uh-huh. Oh, well.
Alright. Grab some mule kick. Go to the box. Give me something good. Come on. That's
Nothing
fine,
better than
I
an
guess.
MG, except being president.
What?
Just JFK's dumb quote. He says there's nothing better than an LMG except being president.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, enjoy it while it lasts.
Speedy.
Eventually, America stops pretending to be a democracy and just owns up to being the oligarchy it always pretended it wasn't.
Yep. Where's Speed Cola?
First floor.
Oh, okay.
We were hanging out next to it for a while. Alright, I'm waiting on you, sweetie, whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Oh, Worldly Kiwi says, crap, Fallout coming back? Yeah, I had to put it on hiatus. Oh, the crawler died.
Oh no.
I had to put it on hiatus because I was working on the Homestuck thing. And there was also just a lot of stuff going on around the election, you know, reorganizing our life type of stuff. And I began streaming at the same time as well. And then shortly after that, the D&D campaign switched over. So we have
Alright,
some
I'm
episodes
down.
that we recorded a while ago and that we've edited, but I never felt like we had enough to really come back from hiatus doing it every week. We're currently
Yeah.
at 9 episodes banked, and I wanted to have 10 before we came back. So, you know, we're almost there.
Yep.
You march to your doom, flesh eaters.
Part of me was hoping that the streaming thing would take off and I could maybe have a streaming career. Obviously, that's not going to happen. So, but it's fine. I was aware of, you know, take your shot. You know, sometimes it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Hands off the merchandise lurkers.
Hold them off, Jack.
You're flagging behind there, sweetie.
Yeah.
Cure for the living impaired.
I am all that is man. Take that, skinny. Should buy us a little time. Who's your president now, stale skin? Can you
Nice,
dig
nice.
it? Can you dig it?
All right, we have a crawler. Nice. Thank goodness.
I am gonna go to the box.
Let's pull the trigger on these scum divers.
Yeah, so we last left off with Dead Money, which was honestly a huge amount of work. I ended up doing most of the editing while Kira was doing heart surgery last year.
Yeah.
The editing for it, I mean. Because, you know, the Dead Money look was a bit hard to achieve. We talked about that in the review. And so we did Dead Money, and then we had to record the Fallout back in the world up to the point of Honest Hearts. But the way they're laid out, you kind of want to do the first 2 DLC, then go to Vegas and do the other 2 DLC. So we only had 9 episodes of content between Dead Money and Honest Hearts. But we did play Honest Hearts, and we have it recorded. I just have to, like, edit the footage. And after that, we have to make a plan on going to Vegas. We have a bit of, like, an outline laid out. Because we try to plan our routes to try to make sure we're doing content in the most interesting way for the narrative, for the role play, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, in many ways, Fallout was a sort of, like, power fantasy in terms of agency. And I've been kind of getting my fix for that from D&D in the meantime. Also, I was a dungeon master for the Mario campaign. That just, you know, took up a lot of my time. So I'm glad I'm finally got that wrapped up. It was a fun game to play, but it's genuinely hard being a DM. That's why a lot of people pay their DMs.
Yeah. Did you know when Daggerheart released, they had a whole thing about this website called Start Playing, where they gave everyone a $10 credit on it to start with, and it's paid games, and so they had like paid game masters running Daggerheart games as a promotion.
Oh,
and gave everyone a referral to play.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I've also been working on a book. That's just another project I've had. I haven't talked about it very much because I'm hoping I can get a publisher, but I don't know. It's a little edgy.
It's a great book, sweetie.
Well, thank you.
I've read it several times. Wait, what?
Oh, the box moved to the war room.
Sweetie?
What?
I'm standing in the front. Actually, come over here. You're here, right? Come here. Oh.
What?
Never mind. On the first floor, I have a thing that says access denied, requires operational component.
Yes.
What is that?
It's an electric trap, but you have to find the component first.
Oh,
In fact,
I didn't know that.
In fact, right here, I got one.
Okay. Cool. I didn't know that's how the electric traps on this level work.
Yeah, they're just in a very bad location. Worldly Kiwi
Okay.
says, hope I'll get to a DM one day, but that'll require me getting medicated, and that ain't possible in my adults can't have autism, all DHD country. Yeah.
As an odd ADHD, whatever you want to call it, adult myself, understood. Understood.
Yeah, I haven't really gone over this with you, sweetie, but like the news for that stuff is really bad right now.
Yeah.
Everyone's saying Elon Musk is separating from the government because he keeps saying that, but he's actually not. He's still in charge of the doggy agency, and they just handed over everyone in America's medical records to RFK Jr. so that he can make a list of who has autism. So that it can be quotation marks cured. So, yeah, things aren't looking great. Back up, run, run, run. Keep running.
No! He took my Galil!
That was bad.
Where is he? Where is he?
Your president needs slugs.
Oh. Did you manage to get him or no?
I'm still working on it. Got him.
Yes!
Your country thanks you.
I got a ray gun!
Oh, nice.
I hold the key to peace in my hands. Gonna make some Zed chowder.
All right, let's get out of here.
Okay. Okay.
I'm here.
Alright, hi. Oh, I forgot there are gas zombies now.
Yup, but only if you go to the below levels, which is where I was. Oh, already? We just got one.
Ah, this works.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck?
Where is everyone else? I'm
World of
surrounded.
War, wah 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 wah. Why does he sound like that? I don't know what that reference is, to be honest.
What do you got there?
Shotgun,
Ah.
HS-10, and I have speed cola, so it's a bit more viable.
The day is good and I can walk to work.
The dead tide is rolling over.
Okay. I know the Nixon character on this level does a lot of Futurama references because Nixon was in Futurama. Back when Nixon was like an example of American hegemony.
House.
Yeah.
Oh, how times have changed.
Surrounded by rock here.
I know there is a devil, for I see a storm coming, and his hand is in it.
Let's go.
Yep. There's a power up, I think.
Let me get it this time.
Give me a hand.
Oh, nice.
Could use some supporting fire.
Where the Kiwi says the quick weapon taking lab coat guy you just killed. We're killing zombies. Oh, that guy. Okay, that's the Pentagon thief. He's the one that takes our guns.
Conformity is the jailer of
I think
freedom,
mechanically
and the
he's
enemy
really
of
cool.
growth.
It's just a fun challenge to deal with. But the story was completely absent. No one ever knew what his identity was. Treyarch, the company that makes this game, would later retcon it and say it was this Russian scientist named Yuri, which makes zero sense, honestly. I really hated that they retconned it. As far as I care, he's just the Pentagon thief. He's some random scientist who was mutated by zombies in a weird way, and he goes around teleporting, taking your weapons.
360 degrees.
Now, the really cool thing with him gameplay-wise, though, is if you kill him before he takes anyone's weapon, you get a special, unique power-up.
Yeah.
Forgive one's enemies,
And so I'm
never,
really hoping we
ever
can get to that
forget
soon.
their name.
We haven't managed to do it so far, just because we haven't had good weapons.
Boston.
Yeah.
If one of us had a ray gun, we could probably do it.
I have a ray gun now.
Wait, what?
I told you I got it on the fire sale.
Oh, I was busy at the time.
You flock like sheep.
Oh,
You can take it.
gotta run around.
Peace, you will fall.
Oh, so many shamblers, so little time.
What is it? Ray gun!
Oh,
Nice!
nice. We both have one now.
Yep. I can't reach it to pull a second time, unfortunately.
All right.
They should put my face on the silver dollar.
Yeah, no.
Each zombie dead is another man living.
Just like the Solomon
Oh,
Isles.
goodness. That was a little scary.
Yeah.
Almost out.
Inaugurate this, Marble Eyes. Low ammo, pass the buck.
There was a power-up over there.
Yeah.
What is it? Nuke. Ah, whatever, sure.
Thanks.
I am almost out of ammo. I'm gonna buy a wall weapon, I guess.
I want to pack a punch my
most perfect
Galil.
Oh,
Gun
I guess
gauge
we
is
could have done
pointing at
that.
E.
Yeah, I have enough points. Can we do it?
Fine.
All right.
Attention.
Where did we go?
Teleporter.
On 5.
Okay.
Security lockdown.
I'm gonna go ahead and pack a
Any
punch my
day
ray
now.
gun, because, like, it's my get out of jail weapon.
I'm out of ammo with the Galil, so I want to pack a punch it.
Could use some ammo soon.
I'm gonna save the rest of my money for box pulls. Okay, this
Okay.
is gonna be a little dangerous. I'm gonna use the upgraded ray gun to get out of here.
Okay.
It's about to open.
I got lamentation.
All right, let's go.
Yep.
Attention. We are now at DEFCON 1.
All right.
Security lockdown active.
Oh, say, can you see? Boom!
All right, you're doing great, sweetie.
Thank you.
I really do want to get back into our cinematic game, though, because while Honest Hearts is, like, fine, I really can't wait till we get to play some of the mods in Vegas.
Yeah.
I think one thing that was a little frustrating, though, is we were having some technical issues we had to, like, solve. And that's mostly because we had to switch computers and we moved the files over. And for some reason, despite being the same kind of computer, and moving the files over and all of them, the data files, the save files, we had to tweak it a little bit. There was just a few issues that happened when we did that.
Yeah.
Fail miserably, achieve
And we had to
greatly.
move all the files because the freaking hard drive went bad.
Yeah.
Bring it on,
That's just stuff we took care of while we were on hiatus.
Yeah.
Alright, all I have left is the ray gun. Oh wait,
Wow.
the box is right here. I should just use it.
Yep.
I think the round's almost over, actually.
Okay.
Bin ein Berliner.
Yep, there we go.
Okay.
Oh,
I seem
RPK.
to have no
That's a
more
good
rounds.
weapon.
Nice. Do you want to pack a punch it?
Well, I'm gonna see what I'm getting for my third weapon. Og.
I
Alright.
shall not be afraid to use this.
Can I get a wonder weapon like a monkey bomb, though, or something? No, I did not. I'm just gonna spend my money until I get something really good.
Yeah.
Now at DEFCON 2.
I'll just do the Death Con thing.
We are now at DEFCON 3.
Like the one before the stair. There we go.
Now at
Could I ask you, is there any bit in our Fallout series that you're excited to play someday? Because I know we have a whole thing planned.
I'm actually kind of excited to do New Vegas bounties. Because I kind of like it. But I'm also excited to... I'm not sure if we finished up everything with Poos Moose. But that's always... Those mods are always good.
We are close to wrapping up with Poos Moose. We were doing Poos Moose until they said to go to West Side, and they're like, oh crap, it's going to be a while till we get to West Side.
Yeah, right.
Bounties is good, but it doesn't get good until later, so the beginning is kind of boring.
Yeah.
Well, the next thing on our docket, so we just finished Honest Hearts. The next thing after that is going to be Salt Lake Stories, which is going to be a little challenging.
Yeah.
But I guess overall, I'm kind of looking forward to the Frontier. I feel bad the Frontier's been out, like, what, 5 years now, and we still haven't played it?
Yeah.
It feels like 5 years.
What are you doing running over here? Stay over there so I can keep the zombie.
Oh, I'm just running in circles. Man, I need a wonder weapon.
Sorry, sweetie. I mean, you have the ray gun.
I do, but it has splash damage. This is just like an emergency kill weapon. It's not a help I'm dying weapon. Monkey bombs. All right. Got it. That was my last pull too. Wow.
Wow.
Let no man put asunder.
All right, let's go.
Right on.
Yep.
Jacked their legs.
Thanks, McNamara. Thank you, Bob.
Were they actually friends in real life?
I mean, they were very tight co-workers.
Okay.
War the Kiwi says, at least 60% of the hate surrounding the frontier is propaganda I'm not falling for. Honestly, yes. And I have so much to say on it. I have been dissatisfied with every video I have seen covering the frontier. So, I would really like to,
Bombs for the
Oh.
zombs.
I would really like to play the whole thing as part of our series. Like, give it a fair shake. And then do, like, a video covering it. And, like, what we think about it, all the propaganda around it, and the reason for that propaganda.
Public Works project at its finest. Need some beans for the chowder here.
Alright, let's go. Yeah, I mean, the short version is just, at the end of the day, the Frontier was supposed to be the masterpiece of the Fallout New Vegas community. It was supposed to be the, what was the term they used? The, magnum opus. And I think it was. I think it was the magnum opus that the New Vegas modding community deserved, honestly. It reflected the community.
Yeah.
And that's both praise and condemnation.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the Frontier tried to be mass appeal. It tried to appeal to everyone, every active member of the community. And unfortunately, there are a number of Nazis in those communities. Because
Fire sale!
we'll go around and get it next time around. Because unfortunately, it just so happens that a lot of tech bros are fascists. And it just so happens a lot of people that are really into like modding and like military equipment, gun stuff, they tend to lean that way as well. I'm not going to take any chances.
Okay. Oh my god!
Grab it!
I
Nice.
got Winter's Howl and the ray gun!
Nice. You should get mule kick so you have something else to buy.
Yeah.
You just got jacked. Just like the Solomon Isles.
Ah, it's over. Well, I'm going to spam the box anyway.
Yeah.
We have a fast crawler. Yeah, so anyway, the Frontier tried to mass appeal to everybody, which included fascists. So I think the Frontier is an example of why it's foolish to do fascist appeasement. A more politically relevant example would be like how Columbia University completely caved to the Trump regime and like helped disappear people. And despite doing that, it didn't stop Trump from going after them. So again, there's no point in appeasing fascists. They will still come after you.
Yeah.
But with the Frontier, that's exactly what happened. They tried to be apologetic about the fact that you couldn't play as the Enclave. They tried to make the big bad, instead of the main three factions, they tried to make them a super fascist. The Space Enclave, Argus. They tried to be like, oh, they're even worse than the normal Enclave. They even put in Enclave good guys to contrast against the Enclave bad guys. The Enclave companion, because yes, there's a companion, so you can be friends with the fascists. Her entire backstory is, there were two political parties in our group of Enclave,
It's
and
in the
everyone killed
basement.
each other over them, and it was really pointless. And like, when one of the parties is fascist and the other one's just a collaborationist, it's a really misinformed, a very tone deaf plot line to use. I'll open the other doors. And not only that, but all three of the factions in the Frontier are like fascist coded. Like the NCR exiles are, what if we had a hoorah military that followed a Trump figure? The oh hey sweetie, come here.
Yeah.
Come to weapon testing.
I have no idea where that.
It's where the box is.
Do I look
Okay.
like a guy with a foot fetish?
You see
You
this
wanna
thing in the
taste
locker
my
here?
Size 10s, don't you?
Yeah.
You want to taste
Trap
my
piece.
size 10s, don't
Yep.
you?
Okay.
And then like there's the Northern Legion, which their entire thing is, what if we take an existing fascist faction but we reform it so they learn how to use guns or something? They think slavery is, well, you know, a little problematic.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. And then you have the Crusaders of Steel, which are just, what if we made a faction that was completely based, but they talk as if they're fascists?
Uh-huh.
Calm your liver, Mr.
Oh, I'm out of
Wiggles.
points. All right, let's go. What gun are you even trying to get?
Probability of gaining something beneficial
Oh, did you get Mule Kick?
in my favor.
Yes, I got Mule Kick, so I was just trying to get a third gun.
All right.
And I got the Python.
That's
Let me
all right.
try again.
Anyway, so the real reason that the Frontier became controversial had nothing to do with the actual content in it. There is a ton of edgy, bad, and problematic content to be found in the Fallout New Vegas modding community. I have covered some of it. You remember in CRCF? You remember that?
Yeah.
No, the reason
I got
the
the
Frontier
RPK.
became so hated was, one, it was kind of impossible expectations they could never really live up to. That was always going to happen. But the propaganda campaign came about because they had tried to appease the fascists, and, as always, it was never enough. After the Frontier came out and it was not good enough for the fascists, Kiwi Farms, 4chan, 8chan, they all pounced on it and tore it apart, spread a bunch of lies about it, and there were some genuine true things they could use as the kernels of truth to get people to believe their lies. There were genuine problems. But there was also a lot of lies. Like, I remember, like, the snake people, like, oh, you can do bestiality. Like, no, they're completely intelligent monsters. Having sex with one of the snake people was like having sex with a Yuan-Ti from DnD. It's like having sex with an alien. Like, in the base game, you can have sex with a robot, Fisto. So, like, that was completely manufactured outrage. They just honestly hated furries. Now, there was some genuinely bad stuff. I guess the biggest controversy, I don't even know if I want to talk about it, but one of the people that worked on the game also made, like, underage My Little Pony lewd art, which is, yeah, that's definitely bad. But you can see how that's a number of layers removed from the Frontier itself, right? That's not really a condemnation of the Frontier. Also, the character America, a lot of people were like, oh, this is like a pedo character, but, like, I feel like that's deliberate bad faith. The character was obviously an anime character, and you guys love your anime characters. You especially love them when they're underage, so why are you mad about that? But no, she's a problematic character, but she's literally of age, like 18. She just acts like a kind of fetishistic anime girl, which is... Let's just say it would have gone over a lot better if she had been older.
Yeah.
Alright, almost continue on. I've been ranting for a while.
Achieve greatly.
Yeah. I got the RPK. I've got the RPK, the Winter's Hell. Oh, God!
The Winter's
Can I
Howl, the Winter's Howl is going to be your weapon here.
Initiate security.
Okay.
Although, it doesn't do long range.
Yeah. Do I see him or not? I
Get-
can't tell yet.
Get in front of me. Shoot the red mist with the Winter's Howl.
Okay.
It will slow him down. Alright, shoot him with other things now. I'm running. Shoot him! You've slowed him
I'm
down.
trying to.
You slow him down to where I can keep outrunning him. Awesome, you did it.
Yes.
Let's go pack a punch our weapons. Oh wait, neither of us can afford it. You need at least 1,000 points.
Yep.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Whirly Kiwi says, I remember someone saying America is a Life is Strange character written by someone who didn't play or like Life is Strange. I don't agree with that at all. Because what you're basically saying is she's a Tumblr character written by a non-Tumblr person. And no, trust me, that was written by a Tumblr person.
Yeah.
Look, as a Homestuck, I can identify my brethren, my sisters.
Your tenacity. But few.
I actually did like Life is Strange. I know it can, you know, get a little cringy, I guess, but I don't care. Live a little, cringe a little. I never played the prequel though. Sweetie, catch. Oh,
Oh, fuck. I got like triple tap. What the fuck was that?
you were really lagging behind. I think you got surrounded and didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Mob control!
You don't have enough for Juggernog, so you're gonna have to just manage as best you can.
Okay.
Oh, say, can you see? Boom! Sorry, uglies. No autographs today.
I wish you would have let me reload first.
Consider yourself itemized. Forgive one's enemies, but never, ever forget their names.
One thing I did take a little bit of enjoyment in, and this is probably not a good thing, don't get me wrong. This is definitely a sort of vice. But one of the lead creators of the Frontier, so his name's pronounced TG Spy. I found that out after the whole debacle went down, but I always called him Tigsby because I thought that's how I thought you were supposed to pronounce it. Anyway, he's a very proficient mod author, very good at what he does. He's made some good mods. Oh, I'll get you, sweetie.
Okay.
Okay. But when we released our Cinemod Fallout project and the accompanying guide for it, we got a lot of hate from a lot of fascists. Also, I mean, it wasn't just fascists, but it was also just a lot of people using conventional modding wisdom that were like, you're such idiots. This is not how you're supposed to do it. And like, yeah, we disagree with you. We crap on conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom is wrong. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. They knocked me off of you. No!
Oh, no.
Come on, come on, come on. Oh, that was so close. I had to waste a monkey.
I am in your time.
Thank you. Alright.
Bring me a real challenge.
You have enough for Juggernog now.
Yep. Grabbing.
Alright, so, what I was saying.
He's twofold.
Yeah, so like we crapped on conventional wisdom. There's genuinely a lot of things in conventional wisdom that were wrong. I think there are some things we know more about making mods work together and mod compatibility than anyone else in the New Vegas community. And that's because a lot of them just kind of don't do compatibility. They treat compatibility as if like you need to get one of the mod gods to officiate it officially in some type of marriage. And that's just ridiculous. This isn't compatible with this. Oh yeah, watch me. Anyway, so our guide went against conventional wisdom, and we even have a disclaimer like, yeah, our game is unstable. We know that. We're fine with that. That's the risk we took. We're living dangerously, you know?
Yeah, like they think that our game is like not what we expected or stuff. It's like, no, we understand it's going to be unstable and that we're going to deal with some issues that most people won't. But we decided that having all the content in there was worth it.
And that's another thing. Our game was set up to prioritize content. We wanted stories, stuff, narrative, characters, worlds. what most people do is they try to just make it Call of Duty. They try to just make it hyper realistic, and that's not why we're in this. That's not what we're trying to do.
Yep. I set up DEF CON if you want to pack a punch since you have 5,000.
I just want to go to the box.
Okay. I might want to get rid of my ray gun.
You just need to get Mule Kick, but I guess it's hard to afford it.
Yeah.
I mean, you might have to, I guess, if you're not going to get enough points and stay up if you keep dying.
Well, I got Juggernaut now, so that should be easier.
Well, then I would just keep it. You'll slowly
Okay.
build up points or run out of ammo and have to throw it away. One or the other.
Alright. Yeah, alright, sounds good.
See where the box appears? Ah. Nope.
Oh,
Ow.
I just polished these shoes.
Sorry, just ran the box real quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Anyway, I never got to finish what I was
This
saying.
will stem the
So,
dead tide.
you know, a lot of people were coming at us for that, and this particular mod author, one of the developers of the Frontier, left a kind of snarky comment saying like, "Oh, this isn't what you're supposed to do." They weren't as mean as the others, but they were like, "Tut tut tut, foolish people" type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I responded to them being like, "Yeah, no, I don't appreciate that." But then the Frontier came out and they got that huge backlash, and I remember, they were one of the people at the face of that backlash, and I just honestly, I couldn't help but just kind of feel like, how do you like it, Karma, like this is you, like you participated in something like this against us, and now how's the other shoe feel, So,
Oh, Jesus Christ. Remember when we found out there was a thread about us on Kiwi Farms?
yeah, that was part of it. And like that person wasn't on Kiwi Farms as far as I know, but they contributed to a harassment campaign propagated by Kiwi Farms.
Mm-hmm.
So when they were the subject of a harassment campaign, part of me's just like, shrug,
Yeah.
But again, that's just a part of me that I'd rather not feed. No one deserves that. And honestly, the person was probably a bit humbled by the process. I remember there was a time when...
Pain is temporary.
I remember there was a
Pride is
time
forever.
when they were considering like remaking the Frontier. Like they gutted out a lot of the stuff that they had to gut out for various political reasons. Whether it was backlash content, problematic content, or voice actors withdrawing from the project, they had to gut a lot of it. And they were supposed to replace it, add stuff back in, change the main story, a whole bunch of things that I knew was never going to happen. It was genuinely a miracle that game, that mod, was ever finished in the first place. They were not going to do it a second time.
Yeah.
I remember once, here a little behind the scenes, there was an update to the Frontier at one point when they completely removed the entire rescue sequence with Hardcase.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they just straight up removed one of the main missions, and it's the one where you, like, do a third-party thing playing as somebody else rescuing your character. And someone just removed it, and they uploaded it as a new update, and then they had to release another update afterwards, and the patch note read, reintegrated the Hardcase mission, which was cut for some reason.
Yeah.
Like, you know what that means, right? Someone on the mod team was like, this section is bad, let's get rid of it. And other people were like, no, don't just remove entire sections on your own. Don't go rogue, please.
Yeah.
I do think there are a lot of problems with the main story and the missions and stuff in the Frontier.
Yeah.
But you can't just delete it.
Yeah, the story doesn't make sense without that mission.
I do genuinely, like, part of the reason I want to play the Frontier, though, is because it is kind of bad. Like that main story mission of the NCR Exiles, it's not good writing. It's just not. And
Yeah.
but I'm kind of fascinated by it. It's like some people like watching bad movies and laughing at it, and I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that. And the reason is because I often help. Okay, I'm good. I was just a little stuck for a second. And I think the reason is because a lot of it is insecurity. There are movies that are so bad you can get genuine enjoyment from watching how bad they are. But there's a number of movies that are just like, they're just horror movies. And maybe they're good, maybe they're not. But they're not that bad. And I think a lot of people will laugh at those types of movies as a defense mechanism from being scared.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, I'm too cool and edgy to be scared by a horror movie. I actually think this is funny. Ha ha ha. And I hate that false bravado. I hate it so much.
Yeah.
So I want to play The Frontier because it is kind of bad. I still think I think there's a lot good to it. But I want to see the bad story, not to laugh at it, but to think about it. I want to do a little video review covering it and talking about why it's bad.
Yeah.
I think it kind of reminds me of H. Bomber Guy's Ruby essay. When things are flawed, there's a lot to learn from.
Yeah.
And I do think The Frontier is still the magnum opus of.
Builds faster than a communist building a wall.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I got my weapons mixed up a little bit. I do think The Frontier is still the magnum opus for Fallout New Vegas. We will never have a comparable mod. Some would say, like, The Frontier kind of killed it, but I think it would have happened regardless of whether The Frontier had been a success. It was just the brightest minds in the modding community coming together to make a really amazing product, but they didn't smell their own buttholes. They didn't realize the ideological biases they were bringing with them. These are the kind of people that think you can just remove politics from art, when they don't realize that some of the best masterpieces of art ever made were made with ideological precision. I don't even agree with the ideology all the times, but the thing is, the people making the best art, they know what their ideology is.
I got stuck.
Was it the crawler?
I got stuck. Yes, a crawler that you made and then ran off, and it turned around right when you ran.
I'm sorry, sweetie, but in my...
stalled me.
I'm sorry, and yes, I did do that, but I would have preferred if you would have just screamed help. Instead, you said no, no, and I turned around like, what? And by that point, you're already dead.
Hey, sorry.
Sorry, that's just... If you, I could have turned around and shot and helped you, but you just weren't quick on the draw enough.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will not let you down.
Watch out.
Could use a little elbow room here.
Alright, you good?
Now is the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have monkey bombs, I have a ray gun. I can help you if you get stuck. You gotta let me know as fast as possible if you're stuck.
Okay.
Just be like, help!
I got mule kick.
Okay, there's a little shotgun over by the lower elevator if you get enough to afford
Oh,
it.
I should have gotten Juggernog again first. I
Wait.
forgot about that.
What? You got mule kick instead of Juggernaut?
I forgot that I went down and lost my Juggernog, so I just grabbed mule kick because that's what I have been saving for.
Oh no. Okay, shoot the crowd with your ray gun, get some points.
Something to groan at.
What's the heck?
You should have spammed it.
Probability of you touching me
Okay,
again
stop, we gotta go.
is 0.
You're
Okay.
spawning in again.
Bombs for the zombs.
Alright, spam.
Okay.
Hands off the mag, Jack.
Alright.
You will pay for that, rock face.
Anyway, that's kind of most of what I can think of off the top of my head to say about the Frontier.
Yeah. I am excited to play through it, though.
It does feel a little frustrating sometimes to... Sometimes I worry people feel like I'm leading them on. and this is like in many parts of my life. This is with our Fallout. Our hiatus has gone so much longer. It was supposed to be a month, and it's been like 6 months.
Yeah.
But there's also the book I've been working on. There was the compilation that my friends knew about. I still have I've promised to a friend I'm going to play Disco Elysium, and I don't know when I'm going to do that because it's such a long game. And
What?
you
I got shoved into.
You got stuck in a corner.
Yeah. But like.
So it's just unfortunate. Life is very limited. I only have time to do things. Playing these games on stream is some of the only time I play video games these days, honestly.
You're all gonna die.
I'm just working on creative projects, and I have such short time because I have a day job. I sleep a third of my life. I work another third, slave away for some giant corporation that wants to just do nothing but evil in the world. And then the other third of my life, I get to do what I actually want to do, and I have to divide that up between everything. You're like, Kyle, why are you such an anti-capitalist? It's because I'm an American.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you're an American, you're not an anti-capitalist, you must not be living it.
Yeah.
Stolen valor.
160 degrees of hungry. Could use some help. Double points. You march to your doom, flesh eaters.
Living dead, maybe, but I'll still outlive you. Forgive one's enemies, but never, ever forget their name.
I have enough for Juggernog.
Foot fetish.
Cool.
Gun gauge is pointing at E. Sorry, uglies. No autographs today. Mr. President, watch your
Did you get stuck again?
No,
Where is
there's
everyone
just a
else?
zombie in
I'm
front of me.
surrounded. Mr. President,
It's
watch
fine,
your
I
six.
got it.
Alright.
I am all that stands between the dead and the White House. Fail miserably, achieve greatly.
I think we're almost done.
Okay.
Oh, nope, they're still spawning.
Alright.
Need a mag like yesterday. You're making a mess on my floor, munchers.
I'm out of everything but the ray gun.
Shamble out of the shambler, Mr. President.
Oh, wait. Max ammo. Let's go back around.
Okay.
And an insta-kill.
Nice.
I'm coming for you all.
A single defense policy. Death to zombies.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
You can knife the zombies, the crawlers for some points, sweetie.
Okay.
Consider yourself itemized.
Hurry before insta-kill wears off.
Hands off the shoes. Meet them. Death to death.
Ah.
Alright. I guess I will go to the box. You do whatever you'd like
I
to
have
do.
ray gun ammo again, so I might as well keep it.
Alright. I have so many points, I think I'm just going to spam the box until I get what I want.
Okay. I still got the winter towel.
Rack 'em up.
Nice.
Yes, I like having it. Oh, is next round gonna be a thief round?
Oh yeah.
It's
Now
it's
we're grooving.
randomized. It's every 5 to 7 rounds. Or 4 to 7, I
Okay.
think? No, I think it's 5 to 7.
Okay.
Time for a zombie missile crisis. As Teddy Roosevelt once said, walk softly and carry a BFG. Rapid fire, hellfire. I hold the key to peace in my hands.
Can you talk for a little bit, sweetie? My mouth is tired.
Yeah, okay. I got the. I don't know how many of you TTRPG
Teddy bear,
nerds, but I
you
got
and me are about
Daggerheart
to have
recently,
words.
the core set. And it's such a cool system. I've always loved, like, crit roll and stuff. It's always been really great and fun. But what they did with the release of Daggerheart was honestly really, really nice. They made it exclusive to their website, plus local game stores exclusively for like almost a month, a few weeks, before they let any of the big retailers like Amazon or Barnes and Noble or stuff get their hands on it. Like you could only pre-order it through them. So I went to a local game store and picked up a core set, and it's a pretty awesome game. I really like the hope and fear
Secure
mechanic
peace
because
by
it's
prepping for
just
war.
really interesting narratively. The main roll is 2 dice, and then
As
one of them
Teddy
is your
Roosevelt
hope
once
dice,
said,
one of them is your
"Walk
fear
softly
dice,
and carry
and
a
it determines
PFG."
whether you roll with fear or hope. It depends on which die is
Like
higher
my
when
job
you
isn't
roll.
difficult enough.
And the fear is what the DM uses to do stuff and to
great
have
power
adversaries
comes great
fight and
responsibility.
like introduce stuff and things like that. At least that's how it's supposed to go. But of course, it's
A
supposed to be
cure for
pretty
the living
freeform and
impaired.
narrative first, so you don't have to have fear to do things. And then the players work with hope, which you can spend to do a lot of your abilities and stuff. And you can even spend 3 hope to do like a tag team attack, which I think is pretty cool because there's an actual mechanic for tag team attack in a game. They don't often do that. Are you done, sweetie?
Yep.
Okay.
You're better than that, Jack. Get it together.
I didn't get it.
Kennedy is all about.
I was trying to get the crossbow so I could upgrade it, since you already have the unique wonder weapon for this level.
Oh, okay.
Oh!
Oh god.
Breach detected on
Oh no, I don't have enough points. Maybe if I rebuild some windows?
Protocol 115.
Who's it coming after? You, I think.
Yes, me.
Okay. You'll need to shoot at the Winter's Howl and then run, okay?
Okay.
Do it. Run, 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 run! You didn't run!
I tried to run.
You didn't run. You literally got in the same spot you started in. You didn't even move.
He's really slow, so I got him.
Yeah, but now we don't get the free pack-a-punch, so it doesn't even matter.
Status.
We got a fire sale.
Finally full.
I should keep one of these under my desk in the Oval Office.
Can I get one? Ugh. Alright.
See, this is why I didn't want to let you get one, because I knew you'd do that to me.
Sorry.
I could have rolled it 3 more times.
Could use some supporting fire here.
Running ahead.
Yep.
Oh, just a shot.
This is my sword, my Excalibur. Fail miserably, achieve greatly.
Oh,
Oh,
Tender than roast beef.
I got Death Machine. Oh, fire sale! 2 fire sales!
wow.
Watch the hair.
You can use them, sweetie.
This was not
I
in the
can't
presidential job
even see it.
Do it, Jack. Now is the time. I will chop you up into
Oh, moss.
I shall not be afraid to use this.
Okay, so I didn't get to use the fire sale because you kept running around in front of it.
Sorry.
Every time I went to the fire sale, there was just a bunch of zombies.
Don't beg.
Where did all those crawlers come from?
Oh, so
You?
many shells,
Ray gun.
so little time.
You see how they were right in front of the box?
Yeah. I can get mule kicked now.
Pain is temporary.
Nice.
Pride is forever.
Watch out.
Yep.
I've seen this band. Instinct, right? Hold them off, Jack. I'm
That's
coming.
such a dated reference.
I know, right?
Ammo! That's an order! I've seen this band. Instinct, right?
Take time, Mr. President. You can do it.
What is that? Insta-kill. Alright. Sorry if my commentary is getting a bit lackluster. It's just we're near the end of the
Yeah.
stream.
These undead marauders don't
There's
quit.
lots of zombies.
I have to move very fast to even stand
I'm glad we
still.
talked about Fallout a little bit. It's making me a little excited to get editing again.
Yeah.
I just wish I had better stuff to edit than Honest Hearts. Our take on Honest Hearts is the worst DLC for New Vegas, but it's still pretty good. Like, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mob control!
Do it, Jack. Now is the time.
I'm just kind of
Hands off the
spamming at this
merchandise
point.
lurkers.
Yeah.
Take time, Mr. President. You can do it.
Where is everyone else? I'm surrounded!
Hold them off, Jack. I'm coming.
Oh,
Raining zombies like a bastard
that
out
was a
here.
bit of a choke point.
Yeah.
I think we're almost done.
No, they're still spawning in.
Oh, really?
I think so. Okay, never mind.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
All right. I think I'm no longer going to spam the box. I wanted to get the crossbow, but I just don't
No
think it's going to
ammo.
happen.
Okay.
Whirly Kiwi says, I feel like Joshua was the only well-written character in Honest Hearts. I think it's a bit of an ideological butthole situation. I think the writers of New Vegas were generally progressive. I think it's a left-leaning game, but I think Honest Hearts is a bit confused. Joshua is a well-written character. He's probably the most interesting character. And I think that's mostly just because the people writing it were a bunch of white guys. They knew how to write the white missionary character, you know, driven by vengeance. They didn't really know what they were doing with all the native, like the tribal characters. Where'd you go? What are you doing?
I'm trying to find the box.
Oh, you're gonna run the box?
Your
Yeah.
president needs
Okay.
slugs.
I don't know where it is.
It is on the first floor.
Oh. Okay.
Also, spoiler, just a little spoiler. We had sex with Joshua. Because
Need
of
some
course we
beans
did.
for the chowder here.
700 rounds, 2 minutes of continuous fire. I approve. This'll suffice.
Okay. I got a good weapon.
No ammo.
Okay, you're good?
Yep. Gotta get back to the correct floor.
Don't worry, I got you covered.
Okay, I'm going down the elevator.
Attention. We are now at
I
death
seem to
call
have no
5.
more rounds.
I got really
Not what your
scared.
gun can do for you,
Just get into
but
a
what you
teleporter,
can
sweetie.
do for your gun.
I was going down the
Let's
elevator.
do this.
Oh, I thought you'd be going down a
It's
teleporter
fine.
like a normal person.
Public speaking
It's
is
fine,
the
I'll
art
go into the
of deluding a
teleporter.
two-minute
You're gonna
idea
die.
with a 2-hour
Oh, okay.
I got the HK and the ray gun and Winter's Howl.
I
Do you
upgraded.
want me to use Winter's Howl?
Sure. I upgraded the FAMAS into the Giggles. I upgraded the HK21 into the H115 Accelerator.
Man may die. The Walking Dead live on.
Tear them apart, Mr. President.
Get off my bunions.
Let's
You
go.
want the death machine?
Sure.
Yeah.
Don't lose an arm on my account.
All right. That went pretty well.
Yeah.
Negotiations, one piece at a time.
Where the Kiwi says, bet missionary was the only position Joshua Grant knew.
That's funny.
Best joke of the stream.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a pun, it's a really good one.
Yeah.
Sweetie, my giggles has a happy face on it.
So many shamblers.
Wow.
So little time.
Your tenacity is admirable, but few.
Who's the president now, stale skin?
Honestly, I felt like having sex with him was fitting. Because, like,
Yeah.
he's such an important character in kind of like the mythos of New Vegas. It's kind of ironic that one of... Are you... What's going on?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
It's kind of ironic one of the most beloved characters is actually in a DLC from the game, and also the DLC that's often, like, kind of the worst one. I guess a lot of people hate Lonesome Road or Redundant Money, but those people are wrong.
Yeah.
Mount back to him next to my Pulitzer. The pay is good.
Man, I can't believe we're doing so well.
Yep.
I have to move very fast to even stand still.
Piece by piece.
I
But
got enough for speed cola.
nice. But also, I feel like Joshua Graham's whole thing is like, people are like, well, he's a missionary, he's a man of God. Wouldn't that mean he wouldn't, like, just sleep with people? And, like, I think the man's tie to God is a little shaky, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he believes in God, he's very devout about God's existence and proselytizing, but, like, man was a fascist that, like, genocided entire cultures, and then he felt bad about that. Like, I feel
Yeah.
like he might have a little bit of a different idea of sin.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the thing is, it's like that thing we were talking about earlier with, like, good Christians versus bad Christians. I think a lot of Christians don't think of sex as, like, inherently bad. It's kind of like, you know, the hate the sin, love the sinner thing. And I think the Catholicism, the Pope, like, leans into this with the idea that, like, sure, it might be a sin, but humans are sin. We are all corrupted by sin. We can't get away from it. We should cut back when we can, but just because someone has sinned does not mean they won't enter the kingdom of God. What matters is your faith and your repentance and a bunch of other things, depending on the sect we're talking about. I'm imagining like a Catholic gay man that has to like pray for forgiveness every day. I guess that's a kind of an actual thing, but that's usually like a self-loathing shame thing, right? I'm imagining more like the life hack gay Catholic that's just like, hey, good morning, God. Just want to say, forgive me for having all the gay sex last night. All right, thanks, bye.
Statement of the century.
I have run out of giggles ammo.
I'm almost out of HK21, but I still have the ray gun in the winner's hell.
I'm at the point now where I'm just going to upgrade random weapons, but we don't really have much in the way of weapons at the moment. If we can get the box moved up here, we can just, like, roll it slowly and upgrade whatever we get.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we just have a
Oh,
shotgun.
no!
Oh, well, there goes all your money.
Ah, damn.
Too many hands. Don't wrinkle the suit.
Back to the business at hand.
Big gun for the bullet sponge.
Juggernog.
All right, let's go.
Sorry, uglies. No autographs today.
Stay the tide, Mr. President. You can do it.
I just got rid of the whole crowd.
Yep.
Oh, watch out. We got a lot coming.
Yep.
I've seen this band.
Oh, I got hailed a few
Stink,
times.
right? Hold them off, Jack.
Yeah.
I'm coming. I'm coming from all directions.
Where the Kiwi says, sorry for all the gay sex, Big G. It will happen again. Nice, nice. You know, the first time I ever saw that was when I was watching Torchwood when I was younger.
Zero.
I liked Doctor Who, and I found there was a spin-off called Torchwood that was a bit more mature. So around my college years, I gave a watch to it, you know? And, you know, I was still kind of ignorant on a lot of, like, gay subjects. And I remember there's this scene where the immortal character who, like, never dies, Jack Harkness, he was living through the, he was living through, like, the early 1900s. And he met this man named Carlos, who was Mexican. And he fell in love with him. And at the time, I'm just like, oh, okay, two men in love. I guess, you know, that's a thing, whatever. I hadn't seen that on TV before, but sure, okay. But there was this really tragic thing where, you know, they sleep together, they spend several nights together, and then one day Jack confronts Carlos and just says he's leaving. And I'm like, wait, what? What? Why? What? You're breaking up? The ship's gonna be destroyed. No. But Jack's explanation for it kind of astounded me at the time. Jack said, Carlos, I can listen to you. I hear you every morning praying for forgiveness from God. I don't want to be with someone who's ashamed to be with me, so I'm not staying. You had your chance to appreciate me, and you chose your God. I hope that comforts you.
Wow.
And, like, that was, like, hardcore, and, like, that's real, you know?
Yeah.
Especially back at that time.
Yeah.
It's also so dumb. I'm not super read up on the Bible, but I'm willing to bet if you actually like read the Bible, I bet you it only has anything negative to say about gay people, like maybe like twice, you know? Like, don't do sodomy or something, I don't know. You know?
Yeah.
Again, I'm not well read up on it, but like I have read parts of the Bible. I have never encountered one of the sections that says don't be gay. I imagine it's not a very big part of the Bible. The Bible has bigger things going on, you know?
Yeah.
So it really always felt like cherry picking. Like, you're gonna tell me that you think it's fine to vote for a billionaire to be in charge of the country, the greediest man possible. You're gonna ignore the whole thing about Jesus thinking it's easier for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle than for easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. But the gay passage. It says no gay here. So die, I guess? Really? Is that what we're going with? This is why I don't really mind the better Christians so much. The ones that either take the Bible more loosely or just don't cherry pick it so hard. Because it was always a really cherry picked thing, you know?
Yeah.
Aren't there literally passages of the Bible that are like supportive of slavery? I remember hearing that.
That are what?
Supportive of slavery.
Old Testament, probably.
Okay. I remember hearing that. Oh, also, the 10 plagues of God, remember that? That's just a straight up genocide.
Yep.
Oh, but we can ignore those parts because they make us look bad. I see.
Yeah.
I grew up in a Christian family, can you tell?
Yep.
Man, these rounds are taking forever.
Yep.
So part of the problem is last time this happened with Darius, we had the electric trap to speed it up. We don't have that right now.
Yeah.
Man may die, the walking dead live on.
You knock them down. I'll
Sweep 'em up.
We could go to the first level and use the electric trap there, but it's such an enclosed space, it's genuinely dangerous.
Yeah.
Take that!
Worldly Kiwi says there are passages that straight up give guidelines on how to be a good slave owner. Oh, wow. I could, just going off of what you're telling me there, I could maybe see that, the time of the Bible being written as, like, a lesser evil type of thing. Like, well, there's slavers. If you're going to have slaves, at least be a good one. But obviously, to any abolitionist or just modern decent person, that's going to sound abhorrent. And I think is a good example of why the Bible is extremely outdated as a moral, ethical framework.
477. Die!
Are you reloading?
Yep, there we go.
Okay.
And stay
Oh,
down.
hey!
You want a taste of my size 10s, don't you?
Oh, do you want to do it?
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing better
Let's
than
get a
being
fun
cheap,
weapon to pack a
except
punch.
being president.
Okay.
I know normally we stop at 30, but you want to stop at 25 this time or something?
Rack 'em up.
Sure, yeah.
Just because we're over time for ending stream.
Yeah.
Ah, I already got the FAMAS.
You're better than that, Jack. Get it together.
Alright, DEFCON time. Oh, it's at 1. That's bad. I'll be right back.
Okay.
We are now at DEFCON 2. We are now at DEFCON.
Get the other DEFCONs.
Yeah. You like the one before the stairs, so
No.
I will do the one after.
No, I'm pack-a-punching. Let's do it now.
Attention.
Oh, okay.
We are now at DEFCON 5. Security.
Okay.
Today would be nice.
Alright. I'm going into the
Things do not
teleporter.
happen. They are
Alright, I
made
got
to happen.
the Predator. Get it? Commando Predator from the Predator movies. Ha 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 ha.
I'm gonna pack a punch the Winter's Howl.
Ooh, nice.
Winter's Fury.
Bombs for the Dom. Oh, say, can you see?
Nice. Just wiped them out.
Yep. Yep.
We are now at DEFCON 1. Security lockdown.
Alright, let's just play around for a little bit and then we can call it quits, because we're at round 25 now.
Yeah, alright.
I remember when Black Ops first came out, there was a glitch where people found a way to get on top of the machines here, and then the zombies could
Yeah.
never reach them, so they would just stay there forever.
Oh, wow.
But it was always a dumb cheat, because, like, okay, maybe you get by a few rounds, but then you run out of ammo.
Yeah. So
Oh.
unless you figure out a way to get back up there.
You're making a mess on my floor,
Okay,
munchers.
we're about to end, right? So,
Yeah.
we're gonna, I want to do something for fun.
Yeah?
Right trigger challenge. You hold down the right trigger and you never let go.
Repair a barricade
Alright?
Okay.
when the sun is
Okay.
shining. Oh, so many shamblers, so little
See how long we last like this. If it looks like I'm not trying right there, it's just the friendly fire. Come on, zombies, spawn in! I'm wasting so much ammo!
by the dawn's early light. Ba-boom!
Oh, max ammo!
Oh, wow.
We're not done yet! We're not done yet! We're not done yet! Oh, I was really thinking I could power through them by shooting through them. But even with an upgraded HK-21 to the face, they survived.
I was about to get you, too.
That's alright. That was fun. 35, we could have
Yeah.
gone further.
Yeah. 25.
Alright. Wow, 116,000 points for me.
Wow.
We had a good mix of downs, though. We were a good team on that one.
Yeah.
Alright, That was Kino and 5. Next time we can do Ascension, because Dead Ops Arcade's not a real level.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what I'm going to talk about beginning a stream next time. I will think about it over the next week. Maybe I just won't do anything. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The compilation I've been working on for like half a year, and I showed it off in a day because I can't show off the whole thing, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I wonder.
It's amazing, though.
Yeah, no, I can't even show pictures. That's frustrating. All right, well, it has been fun. Thank you guys for hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll get to do some follow editing so that we can finally get back going.
Yeah.
All right, see you later.